right, Shalom, Shalom. We're the real Hebrew Israelites at the GMS Raleigh, North Carolina camp. We come in, week out, prophesy the downfall and destruction of this wicked, sinful kingdom called America, aka Babylon, aka Egypt. Before we go any further, we want to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Heavenly Father and His only begotten Son, Yahweh,
Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'ashem, Kakadash.
Next up, on saw Apostle Elders Great Millstone that taught us one to speak truth, according to the King James Bible. You know, like we always do, come to just prophesy to the 12 tribes of Israel.
And like we was talking prior to turning the camera on, you know, what you can go into, you know, pretty much just prophecy, man. It's pretty prophecy, man. I mean, it's, you know, throw this thing any type of way, but there's a lot going on right now, man. All right, the so-called white men, all right, the Ish people, the small hats that are being revealed as the wicked of who they are, the slander of thy mother's son, all right? He's being revealed that he's the wicked and he's truly not the people, okay? That's what this thing is really about, man, okay? Everyone's worried about, oh, you know, Ye and Kyrie. All thing they're doing is proclaiming their heritage, man. But guess what? Get in Hebrews 4 and 12, Brother Shah. Oh, did you have something?
Yeah.
For
Revelation 2:9.
Get Hebrews 4 and 12. Bring it up.
So Revelation chapter 2, verse 9, I know thy works and thy tribulation and poverty.
So the Lord knows, right? The Lord knows our tribulation, our poverty, all the troubles we go through as a nation of people. All right? Who's the Lord's people? By process of elimination. We're going to get into that, Lord's will. All right? The so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. Wherever we are scattered throughout all the nations, the 18 nations. Okay?
It says, Revelation chapter 2, verse 9, I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich.
Yeah, but thou art rich. All right, and what are we rich with? This wisdom, this knowledge, understanding, this truth. Our faith. All right? That's what we're rich in. Go ahead.
It says, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews, which say they are small hats, and are not. And I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not.
Yeah. And no, this is once referring to our people. All right? Because what those are the circumcision, a lot of them, those of their union were Israelites, what? They were Israelites outwardly, but not inwardly. All right? They was teaching our people to do as they say, but not as they do. The Lord said that. You know, do as they say, but not as they do. Because they were really hypocrites, man. But you can apply this right now to Esau, Edom. The small hats. Okay, the Ish people. Which means pertaining to. All right? Go ahead.
It says, but thou art slacking. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not.
And are not.
But are the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, that's who their God is, right? They get their power from the left-hand side. By the spirit of demon Satan. Okay? They're not the real people, man. They didn't go through what the Lord said his people would go through. And that's what our people need to understand. That's what, you know, well, we don't give a damn about everyone else, all right? What the elect needs to understand, okay? That's what this word is for. Everyone else is not going to get it. They wasn't meant to get it, man. And that's why these Ish people got their panties on in a bunch. They're taking away so-called money, all right, fiat money, which ain't even really money, okay? Because this word is hurting them. Do you want that?
It says, fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison.
Why? Because of this word. That's why. No, we gotta remember what we signed up for, man. Okay? Because everything we preach and prophesy is gonna come to pass. And we could be very well some of those men get locked up for the word of the Lord, man.
But he may be tried, and he shall have tribulation 10 days.
Right?
Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life.
Yes, the Lord said, be faithful unto death. Going back to, what is that? Strive for the truth unto death. You know? And the Lord shall fight for this. Okay? We're not going to pick up any type of weaponry or anything like that. Hell, I don't even own no type of weapons, man. You know? That's why the brothers holding the 4th chapter, because the only thing we need is the Bible, man. That's the only thing we need. That's what's hurting these devils, man. Be faithful to the Lord unto death. Because the Lord knows how to get them. He created them. He created all of us, man. There's no type of ammunition, no type of jumping at Edomite. You know what I'm saying? No, it's this word, man. What word is that? Come on, so get that Hebrews.
Yeah, this is the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 12. For the word of the Most High is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword.
See? So this word is quick and powerful. He's anti this, anti that. But doesn't he have a right to be? Even though we all, you know, we come from Shem too, right? But the point is, you know, these celebrities, just like us, are upset because we know the truth now. Y'all hijack our nationality. Y'all hijack everything, man. And now you mad because the spotlight's being shined upon you, man. Okay? That's why they butt hurt. That's why they got a Moabite up there talking about, he got more followers than it is fish people. Come to that effect. He's hurting them. About what? Claiming his nationality? And who he learned that from? Right? From the apostles, the elders. Right? Whether it was Great Millstone or whether it was IUIC, all right, or whoever, ISUBK, but these celebrities have learned the truth, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit.
That's right. See, the words of the Bible cuts these devils, man. It gets down to the soul and then the spirit. Look, beyond the bones, beyond the marrow, it gets to that spirit to where they can't sleep at night. To a point where they just totally bypass everything that Kyrie said, right? Like he said, where was you, right? When you slaughtered our people here over in America, man. Where was you? So I believe that brother's a Reubenite or Gadite, one of them, right? Reuben. But the reporters totally went past that. Are you going to say sorry for what? Claiming your nationality? You know? The so-called white man's a hypocrite, man. Start off with the small hats, man. They're the biggest identity thieves, man. But yet they'll lock you up here, right? You still somebody's identity, they'll lock you up, put you behind bars. But they're the main ones, man. You know? They're the main ones. Go ahead, read it from the top, follow and read it.
This is the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 12. For the word of the Most High is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart.
Yeah, this word
And
cuts
I'm
you,
like,
man.
I know what it means.
They cut you, man. And that's why these devils are taking things away from Jacob. You see? They're taking things away. Well, but we ain't got nothing here worth holding on anyway, man. You know, the men of the Lord are going to love their lives unto death, hate their lives unto death, man. We don't love this place. For what? We don't own nothing. The butt of every joke. That's what the true Israelites would go through. Not Israelis, but the Israelites, man. That's what we would go through. Let's go through some of these things and see who it fits. Let's go through some of them. Deuteronomy 28. Get Haggai 1. It's all good. It's all good. It started 15.
Deuteronomy chapter 28. Verse 15.
Yep.
It says, but it shall come to pass.
And you know what? Now we're over this in a prior lesson earlier in the week. Start off at 1. Start off at 1.
This is Deuteronomy 28:1.
Yep.
And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh thy power.
Yeah, hearken means to listen. The Lord said, if you will hearken unto the voice. Go ahead.
It says, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that Yahweh thy power will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
Right there. They know the Lord's a racist, man. See, these people get up there and say, oh, you're anti-Shemitic, anti-this, anti-that. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have a clue who Shem is. But like the elder say, well, who's the God of Shem? You know what I'm saying? Are these Ish people holding up what's prescribed from the God of Shem? No, the hell they not. They wasn't programmed to do that, man. A leper can't change his spots. Just like he's accustomed to doing evil, do good. No, the hell they can't, man. Go ahead, bro.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 2, says, and all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken to observe, like if thou shalt hearken to the voice of Yahweh thy power. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field.
Yeah, so the Lord said that if you were to hearken, we would be on top of our nation. We'd be overflowing with blessings, man. All right? But as you know, the prophecy, the children of Israel didn't do that. And look, you got to remember, the Lord gave his commandments to a certain group of people. The Israelites, Leviticus 26 chapter. He didn't give it to Edom. All right, now Edom knew the way of righteousness, right? Because who was Esau's father? Isaac. You see? You think Isaac taught Esau to be wicked? No. Isaac was a righteous man. So Esau knew, you know, right from wrong. Go ahead.
It says, verse 4, Deuteronomy 28:4. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body. It's like
that. 28 and 15.
It's Deuteronomy 28:15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy power, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Yes, the Lord said, if you don't take heed to my word, you shall be cursed. And they're going to overcome thee and overtake thee until what?
It says, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Verse 16, cursed shalt thou be in the city.
Now hold it right there. So these curses gonna overtake me. And then, you know, the reason why they get mad because they know it's the truth, man. Going back to the Hebrews, the 4th chapter. This word was cutting them. They know that they run everything. They know that they got everything in check. All right? When you go up to the top of the pole of just about every job or, you know, corporation, who's in charge? The small hats. Okay? And that's what Kanye was saying. It's just what it is. So they're living it up. Going back to get Job 9 real fast, off the shot. Job 9 and 24. Hold what you got. Hold what you got. Because if they are the righteous, the scripture said the earth was given to the wicked, right? There's a nation of people that's created to be the wicked. You got wicked in all nations who do wicked things, but there was an actual nation that was created to be the wicked. All right? But
This is the book of Job, chapter 9, verse 24. It says, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
yep.
He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
Yeah, so this man is the wicked. He's ruling right now. 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. Esau is the end of the world, end of the age. And Jacob's the beginning of it. The father, who's Jacob? The forefather of the Israelites. Okay? Going back to Malachi, the 1st chapter. Edom. And the people, his descendants, are the wicked, man. All right? There's not a righteous bone in them. So there, look, matter of fact, get Daniel 4 and 4:17. Get Daniel 4:17. Real fast, bump the shot. Get some. Got it? Yeah. See, the Lord allowed them, okay, to do what they're doing right now. We don't bring it all back, Lord. 360.
Daniel chapter 4, verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers and the
Nah, I don't want that one. Give me Psalm 75 and 5. Wait, no, go ahead and read what you already said.
Daniel 4 and 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers.
Yep.
And is amended by the word of the Holy One, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men.
Go ahead.
And giveth it to whomever he will, and set it up over it the basis of men.
That's what the Lord has done. He has set the basis of man, Esau, Edom. He is the bottom of the barrel. All right? The Lord told us to learn not their ways, the way of the heathen, for a reason. Now he got them ruling over. He transgressed his ways. These are all telltale signs of who everybody would be. Because the Lord knew he was going to let this devil change everything, turn things upside down, to where you're calling yourself a color. Right? You're calling yourself these proverbs and bywords that will be put on the Israelites, man. Not the Israelis, but the Israelites. Not the Ish people, but the real Jews. All right, people, you know, why do you think they cut our heads off during slavery? Right? Why do you think certain Jakes was put to death if they got caught reading the scriptures? But y'all supposed to be so righteous, right? Psalm 75.
This is the book of Psalms 75, verse 5. Says, lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck.
And that's talking about right here in America, man. That's how you get my son, man. Go ahead.
For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south,
Right.
But the Most High is the judge. He put up down one and set up another.
And that's what you see. That's what you see. And look, it starts with this man going down. Right? And he's going down through this, through the word. The words was beating him down to shreds, man. To where he can't sleep at night. To where they're tossing and turning. You know? They're the ones on their beds late at night seeing how they can take and overcome this prophecy, man. And destroy Jacob. You know? Scriptures tell you that. Read again.
This is the book of Psalms chapter 75, verse 5.
Yep.
Lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck, for promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south.
Right.
But the Most High is the judge. He putteth down one and setteth up another.
Yeah, that's what you're starting to see, man. You know, we're standing in great boldness, like it tells you in Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter, I believe it is. And it's such a face of them that have afflicted them. Okay? So let's go back to what we had. Go back to right? 15. All these things were this curse will come from our people. Let's get some of the curses. You still holding that Haggai? Bring that Haggai. Verse 6.
Verse 6, Khan, got you.
Let's start at 5.
Khan. This is the book of Haggai, chapter 1, verse 5. Says, now, therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider your ways.
Yeah, the Lord is talking to the true Israelites, the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Americans. Because as we get ready to read, the first people that's going to pop in your mind is us. It should. Right? Go ahead.
Ye have sown much and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough.
Yeah, I was watching this. I had posted this clip a couple years back. And I seen it again, like yesterday. And it was Canaanite or an Indo, Judite. But she worked in the fields ever since she was 8 years old. This is like back in like, man, this is back. I say like around the 30s, I want to say 1930s. And she was like, you know, she's been working since she was 28, and she's been working since she was 8. So she's been working 20 years in that field. And he was like, you know, I was asking, how much are you going to make today? And she was like, $1. And he was like, well, how much it costs to get your food? $2. You know what I'm saying? She working her ass off so much and bringing in little, not even enough to eat. And then when they asked how many children she had, bro, a lot, yo, you might go back and pull it out. I think she had 14 kids. 14 kids, man, at 28. You know? But go ahead. She's so much and bringing in little, and she ain't enough to eat, as the scripture's going to go into.
It says, reading on, ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm.
Yeah, you don't have enough, man. You just don't have enough, man. Always, what Tupac say? Mama coming home late, she in the kitchen trying to fix us a hot plate. You know what I'm saying? Working with the scraps she was given. That's the curses, man. What Edomite, you know, what so-called white man, you know, struggling, you know what I mean? You go to school, you Edomites, they got $10, $20 for lunch. You know what I'm saying? Am I lying though? Yeah. You know? Yeah, heck yeah, man.
They go to the little fast food and then they come right back.
Go ahead,
It says, and he that eateth, Salakia, and he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes.
There you go. And he that earneth wages, right? He earn wages to put in a bag, what's that, a bag full of holes, something like that?
Yep, a bag with holes.
A bag with holes. Why is that? Because it's subject to payments. You know, the scriptures tell us that, man. Get that in Baruch 3 and 8. You got something? Trying. See if I can find that. Yeah, but bring out what you got while the brothers do that.
Baruch chapter 3, verse 25. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you from the Most High, for thine enemy have persecuted thee, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction, and shalt tread upon his neck.
Yeah, we're going to be suffering patiently, man. This is the wrath that has come down upon the Lord's people. And that's the thing, that's the reason why our people are selling out, doing all matters of wickedness to escape the curses. They don't want to suffer patiently, man. The wrath that has come upon them. But they will. Going back to Deuteronomy 32 and 39. You know, and we're all in the hands of the Lord. No one's going to be able to pluck you out of the hands of the Lord, man. When the time of judgment comes, it's going to come, man, and there's nothing you can do about it. Go ahead. Read it, man.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 25. It says, my children suffer patiently the wrath that has come upon you from the Most High.
So these things that are happening was what happened to the Lord's chosen people. What ish do you know is going through this, man? What small hat do you know is going through this? None of them, man. None of them. They don't hold tight to the words of the Lord. It wasn't meant for them to, man. But they're trying to escape prophecy. Because according to Obadiah, they're going to be eradicated from off the face of the earth, man. They're going to be eradicated. They're on the run. All right? They will never, ever bring up the word Edom. They won't bring up Esau or he's done away with. Word? What's that, book of Ecclesiastes? Somebody get that book there. We'll come back to it. I don't want to keep busy. We'll come back around to it.
It says, Baruch 4:25. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that has come upon you from the Most High.
Yep.
For thine enemy have persecuted thee.
Yeah, thy enemy. Not your friend. This dude has never been our friend, man. Never. He wasn't set up to be. But here goes Jake being compassionate. He's being compassionate people. I forgive him. All the hell that he's put on our people from the beginning, this man's better get in power. Right?
It says, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction.
Yep.
And shall tread upon his neck.
Yep, that's what we patiently wait for. Look, this is not our fight, this is the Lord's fight. Now the Lord gonna give certain men spiritual powers, yes, we know that. You know, and then once that happens, it's on like Donkey Kong, man. But until then, the middle of it, you ain't gonna do nothing, man. You ain't gonna do nothing, man. You gonna stay in the scripture, you gonna bring the word out until April 11th. You know? Then the word comes. You're starting to see that now. So I found that clip real fast. I'm gonna play it. Hopefully, you know, hear it.
I saw your children yesterday and they were joking here. Why didn't you put them in the nursery? I was just nice to them.
I'm gonna play it for the camera. I'm playing for the camera. Check it out.
What time did you put out the bills? 6 o'clock. What time did you get up? 3:30. 6 is 3. 4 o'clock was after 20.
14 kids. Now who does that fit? We just read that in the book of Haggai. I'm gonna play it for the camera. Go back to that Haggai. See if it'll come up.
Hey, I saw your children yesterday at the Okeechobee camp. Why didn't you put them in the nursery?
Don't make them have to pay for it.
How much does it cost to put them in?
85 cents.
85 cents.
That's right.
Elaine, what time did you come out the field this morning?
6 o'clock.
What time when you get home?
About 3:30, 4 o'clock.
6 this morning, 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
How much did you earn?
$1.
$1?
That's right. $1.
Is that because the beans were of poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Elaine, how old are you?
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
How old were you when you first started working in the fields?
8.
You've been working 21 years in the fields.
That's right.
See, and they eat sauces of double. Oh, the beans with poor quality. You know what I'm saying? The small ass guy out here doing no work. They managing, man. They're not doing physical labor, right? Read that Haggai again, barbecue shop.
This is the book of Haggai, chapter 1, verse 6.
Hey, look, what OJ say? Don't fit. The glove, it don't fit. You know, these curses ain't fitting them, man. Go ahead.
It says, ye have sown much and bring in little.
Now we just saw it. She said she worked from 6 a.m. How many hours is that before? 6, 7, 7. That's 10 hours. 10 hours to earn $1. And after all that, then they have nothing to go get food. And she got 14 kids. Keep reading.
Says, ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink.
Right.
Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes.
Yeah, man. We all look. That's why it's a subject of payments. We just not gonna have enough. You go to the grocery store, right? You go to the grocery store, but your light bill is due at the same time. Your light bill says, I don't know, say $100, right? You only got 160, 150. You know what I'm saying? You spend $56 now to go to the store. You walk away. Look, if you stretch it out, you may get a couple bags. But look, man, $50 ain't getting you nowhere unless you go to the dollar store, right? But even though the scriptures say they're gonna be still in a bad case, man. Even then, evil shall grow upon the earth, man. But the point is, that fits our people. You see? That fits Jake. It don't fit the small habits, man. And that's the point that people are sidetracking. They're sidetracking it, man. But we ain't sidetracking it, man. This is Babylon. We gotta get the hell out of here. But they're the people of the Lord, right? So why are things like that walking around? You see? You just had a more than meets the eye. Transformer. You got it. How low is we at? Yeah, get that group. 3 and 8.
Con. This is the book of Baruch, chapter 3, verse 8. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity.
Yeah, man. We are yet the Israelites. Demon. But anyway, scripture said we are yet this day, October what was it, 5th, 2022. We're still in captivity. What do you mean? I can still walk around free, man. Drive. A license is a privilege, right? ID, that's your papers, boy. That's your papers, boy. Right? Look, slaves have no rights. Try to leave this, just try to leave this country. Try to go live in the Philippines somewhere. They're not gonna let you do it. How long are you gonna be here for? Right? Because you are property. What do you think the Social Security card? What do you think your passport? You thought those things? Those are papers. There are allowing. Who's allowing you? Who's allowing you to go and come freely? Esau, the small hatters. Going back to Job 9:24, the earth is given to the hands of the wicked. This is their system. Go ahead.
Says, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse.
Oh, a reproach and a curse. What curses are upon them? What curses in Deuteronomy is upon these guys, man? They'll wake up one morning in London, all right, and have lunch in Australia, and then go have dinner in California. These guys ain't up on no type of subjection to anyone, except for Yahweh Shimei Shai. And only the Most High will let him do what he do until he gets him out the way. But that time is coming now that he is. He had to be revealed first. Go ahead.
And to be subject to payments.
Oh, going back to a reproach in a proverb, right? Is that what it said? Read that part again.
It says,
Go and read it.
this is Baruch chapter 3 verse 8. It says, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach.
And being scattered is part of the curses, going back to Deuteronomy 28. That's what the Lord said he would do to his people, man. The Lord also said, we were discontinued from my heritage. These guys claim they always knew who they were. That ain't what the scriptures say. That ain't what Jeremiah 17 says. Right? Go ahead.
Says, for a reproach and a curse.
Yeah, reproach and curse. No one wants to be at the top of the list. No one wants to be a so-called Negro, man. No one wants to be a spick. No one wants to be a tomahawk. If Esau wants to be anything, he'll be a tomahawk. I got 5% Native American in me. Right? That's what they said. Oh, I got Indian blood on my mother's side. Right? But they will not want to be a Negro. They will not want to be a Latino, man. You don't want to be a spick. You know? You don't want to be a look, prime example. Prime example. You know? Go ahead.
It says, and to be subject to payments according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our power.
Yeah, so we departed from our power. That's why these things, these curses cleave unto us, unto the true Jews, the true Israelites. Why is that being sidestepped? Why is that being pushed to the side? Instead of arguing about, you know, anti this, anti that. You see? Oh, you hurt my feelings. And that's how Esau's gonna do. He's gonna play on the emotion of the people. When you really look at it, what did he say was wrong? I'm talking about Kyrie. Right? And even Ye, when you go into that old DC3, it just means you gathering up a spiritual army. Something to that effect, man. You're not actually going to do so, you actually get ready to protect yourself. And we protect ourselves through the scriptures, man. Yahweh Shimei Shai. That was it on that?
Kind.
You got something?
Jeremiah 17, 18.
No. Oh, since you already in there, get that Jeremiah 17 and 4. And then just
So Jeremiah 17 and 4, it says, and thou, even thyself, shall discontinue from thy heritage that I gave thee.
yeah, see, the Lord says we're going to discontinue from the heritage that He gave us. The Lord didn't give us black. He didn't give us black culture, right? He didn't give us Latino culture, the Spanish way. He didn't give us none of that. Go ahead.
It says, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not, for ye have kindled a fire in my anger,
Yep.
which shall burn forever.
Now, are these gutter rats serving captivity up on anybody right now? No, they're not. No, they're not. Read that last part again.
It says, and I will cause thee to serve thy enemies in the land which thou knowest not.
Yeah, we're just talking about right here in America. All right? They're not serving us. We're serving them. We're serving them. Who owns all the music industry? Who owns Hollywood? Who owns everything? They do. They do. Go ahead.
It says, or ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever.
It's the moment of time, man, because we're coming out of that time, man. Go ahead.
It says, thus saith Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, cursed be the man that trusteth in man.
That was it. Yeah, go ahead. Jump down.
Uh,
But yeah, in these latter days, cursed be that man that trusteth in man. All right? People will be putting their trust in Esau and what he has prescribed, and it's going to be just leading down to their death, man. Go ahead.
Jeremiah 17 and 18. Let them be confounded that persecute me, but let me not be confounded.
That's right, and we're starting to see that. Why? Because we get Isaiah 8 and 20. We're speaking according to the word. We're speaking according straight to the scriptures, man. We're not coming out with our own vain thoughts and opinions. It ain't about us. It's about the words of the Lord. See, everyone's taught to just somebody, just something. Realize we ain't nothing without the Lord, man. You see? And we're going to come with his message contrary to what you people want to hear, man.
It says, let them be dismayed.
And that's a prayer. We pray that they be confounded. And they are being confounded, man. Right? Go ahead.
Jeremiah 17 and 18. Let them be confounded that persecute me,
Yep.
but let me not be confounded. Let them be dismayed.
Yeah, when you're confounded, you're put to shame. See, Esau's about to be put to shame, man. You know, that's why they try to, what they call it, they try to cut out slavery and all these high schools and textbooks. It's a name for it, though. What's the name for it? When they look, small head right there. Man, what's the name of it, man? Come on, brothers. What?
Defamation.
Nah. What you say? Nah, when they take, like they try to take what happened to,
They're trying to suppress
take Jay, because they, you know, the shameful spewing of their glory is being revealed. How they got this place, how they got the riches and wealth, right? It's being brought back up. It's by theft, deceit, murder. It's a name that they use.
Take a step out of the school system.
Yeah.
I know.
Somebody look it up on Van Robert Shaw. I forgot the name of it. But it ultimately, got it?
That's just abolish.
Nah. It's a name, but you know, don't worry about it. You know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That governor down in Florida, DeSantis, was talking about that. He was trying to get rid of it because it's shining a light on their wickedness, man. Don't worry about it. Let's go back to the scripture.
It's Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 18. Let them be confounded and persecute me.
Yeah, let them be put to shame. That's our prayer. Starting with Esau, the so-called white man, all the way down to these heathens, that the Lord put them to shame in these last days, because they're going to come up against us, man. All types of lies, you know. They're trying to divide our families against us. Yeah, whatever. You know, but we pray the Lord put them to shame, man. To an open shame, and he is. Go ahead.
It says, but let me not be confounded. Let them be dismayed, but let me not be dismayed.
Yeah, let them be in awe. You know, but not us. Go ahead.
Bring upon them the day of evil and destroy them with a double destruction.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen to Esau, man. A double destruction. Okay? And he can't stop it. 2/3 of our people can't stop it. Don't hand you on the hand. The wicked should not go unpunished, because you got jakes that are taken up for sleazy. Oh, just shut up and play basketball. Or just do this and do that. Or, what? You know what I'm saying? That was on that? Go ahead, no, I didn't call for that. I called for,
Critical race theory.
thank you. Critical race theory. That's what it, because that goes into them pretty much taking away the shameful things that they have done. Because that's put a spotlight on who the wicked is, man. St. John 10:10, the thief cometh not but to steal, kill, and destroy, man. And what they do when they came over here?
So they've been hiding that stuff too, because now it took me a minute to look that up. And I couldn't figure out what it was. I had to type in a whole bunch of stuff. Clearing stuff up on that top.
Exactly. There's only so much you can cover up, man. There's only so much you can cover up, man. All right? What was that piece of I asked for, man?
I thought you said Isaiah 18.
Nah. Lord's will come back to me. But get me get some prophecy. All right, because you know, the way this place was built, it was built off the backs of the so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. All right, just St. John 10:10. St. John 10:10. Whoever get it first, then we just go from there. We just go from there. Damn, I'm sure I remember that.
St. John chapter 10, verse 10.
Yep.
The thief cometh not but to steal, but it's like but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly.
Yeah, that's the MO. That's how you know the so-called white men, so-called small hats, are the thief. They stole people. They stole nationality. They hijacked nationalities, man. They're everybody in the book, not just us. They're the Egyptians. They're everybody but Esau. Ain't that funny? Look, The Last Samurai, right? Tom Cruise. When Jake was a real samurai, okay? You know, cowboys. I mean, you name it, man. This dude wants to be everybody but himself. But the scripture said the wicked. Read it again.
It's St. John 10:10.
Right.
The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy.
Yep.
I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundant.
Yeah, and the Lord hadn't came, man. We be through. We be finished. All right? We be finished, man. Why that's why we out here preaching, showing our appreciation to the Lord. You know, we're sorry for what we did to the Lord, man. How we transgressed and went off. You know, it tells you that Esau ain't have room for repentance, man. He won't repent. You know? Bring out one more. Give me gold anything? Nah? Give me oh, we going to the shop with that. Going straight to the shop. Sounds good. Give me
I remember Isaiah and something in 20.
Isaiah 8:20. The water.
8 and 20, okay.
The
Yeah,
water,
I thought
yeah.
you said
Yeah,
18.
Isaiah 8:20.
Pound. The water
That's
have
right.
Bashim out shut.
Isaiah 8:20. Yeah, because we not, you know, we're not gonna be put to shame, right? Because we're speaking the words of the Lord. We're not speaking our own words. Go ahead.
Isaiah 8:20, it says, to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
That's right. So we got the light in us, man. We're speaking, thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Bible. There's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing you can do about that, man. You see? And that's what's hurting these devils. They want us to get all carnal and this, that, that. Nah, man. No. This is what's hurting them, man. This truth. And we're going to keep pushing this truth. Keep pushing this truth until the Lord says stop, man. So, with that, we'll pass on to the next brother.
Yeah, something.
Speak, Shamar.
Because, you know, the brother had brought out the precept. We had just went over that precept, you know, if they speak not according to this testimony,
Trust in the Lord.
you know, it's like if they speak not according to this word, that there's no light in them, you know, we gotta understand that Esau's the way Esau gets to our people, persuades our people, is by the smooth words. You know, his words are soft as oil, you know, but war was in his heart. So we understand that Esau is pretty much for our demise. You know, he's trying to set us up for the takedown. Yeah.
All right, that's the spirit. As a matter of fact, you can go ahead and get Psalm 55. Exactly what you just quoted. I think that's verse 20. You know, like the brother is saying, man, this devil is, you know, misguiding our people, misleading our people, right? You know, so at the end of the day, you know where your trust needs to lie in, man. So that's what I'm pretty much getting into, trusting the Lord and not trusting in your enemy, man. Right? Because that's our people's main problem. They trust, just like when we were in Egypt. The Lord delivered us, and what? The Israelites, they wanted, the wicked of our people wanted to go back into Egypt, man. Right? That's what the scriptures say, woe to them that go to Egypt for help. Lord willing, we get there too, man. It's a big deal. You know, it's voting season. I was given this today. You know what I'm saying? Justice on the ballot, right? For problems that our people have, they want you to trust in them instead of trusting in the Lord. I was gonna throw it away, but then I was on my way to council. You know, I'm gonna keep it because this is what our people really put their trust into, man, and not into the Lord.
It's Psalm 55 and 20. He hath put forth his hand against such as we, It's Psalm 55 and 20. He hath put forth his hand against such as be at peace with him.
That's right. Let's go all the way back to the late 1400s when this devil touched down in the Americas, man. And what? Like the brother was going to earlier. You know, the reason why they're trying to sympathize with the so-called natives is because they fucking came over here and committed mass genocide, man. Right? We had mass murder on the natives when they came down here. People who was at peace with them. When the natives were so hospitable when this devil came in, taught them how to till the land, taught them how to live. These devils was eating the dead bodies of the people that died in order to eat. These devil brought pigs over here, brought the syphilis and all these other things over here when they came over here. They was dying. If the natives would have never stepped in to intervene to help them and show them how to live here, they probably would have wiped themselves out, man. Right? But what? Start that from the top?
It's Psalm 55 and 20. It says, He hath put forth his hand against such as be at peace with them.
He had made what? How many treaties did they have with the so-called natives? Countless. The number that they say, it was probably 2 times that amount. You can't believe it. So what he said was a couple hundred treaties that they broke, multiplied by 3, probably. Man, multiplied by 10, probably. All the treaties and the things to help come together between the so-called natives and the so-called white man. This devil broke all of them. Oh yeah. Come over here, getting them drunk, coming in the spirit of like laughing and joking, and then once get all drunk and out of their mind, right? Then in their drunkenness, what? He will have them sign treaties that they really ain't even going over or probably don't understand what's going on. Being subtle. Something, yeah. That's how this devil does. He's still doing that to this day. You know what I'm saying? So you got.
God, he said.
Yeah, you got waiting fine print.
He said something. Yeah, it's like when he's it was a rapper. He was explaining like the contract and everything, and it's like.
Nori?
Yeah.
Nori.
Yeah, he said he'll have his lawyer in there, and they all be in cahoots and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd just be like it'd be pretty much everybody's trying to get you to sign that contract for their benefit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they want to try to make you feel comfortable.
And if I can say back on your point, not to digress, but they'll have the rapper signed to a label. The label will appoint him a lawyer, right? Or people in the industry, not maybe per se the label, but people in the industry will appoint him to a lawyer who really in cahoots with the label, and he telling him what he want to hear. So it's all a circle. That rap game, the industry, is not for your benefit, right? So that's why at the end of the day, these rappers selling out, trusting in Esau, trusting in their enemy, but really they're being played at the end of the day. 360 deals and things such like that. But Esau does that in all walks of life, man. Whether you're a rapper, whether you're here on a low level just living your life, you can't trust this devil at all. There's always something that this devil has behind his back, man, which is what this is going to go into.
This is verse 21. It says, the words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords.
Yet were they drawn swords. Just like he did when he came here to this land, to the natives. Got them drugged, partying, bringing gifts, right? But then broke all the treaties. What's the disease that he put on the blankets? The smallpox. Almost wiped us out. Well, he can't wipe us out, but he was trying his damn best still to this day. Everything that he says, even to this day, just like with this. What they say, justice on the ballot, guns, abortion, schools, jobs, equal rights. Choose who shapes your future. He wants you to believe that you have that you have it in your power by voting to change your lives here. When in actuality, everything is done through the will of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. That's who you should be trusting in. Not trusting in this devil and his candidates who he got, who was all set up anyway. Oh, yeah. Came out twice because that's the point. You can't trust this devil. You got good, but at the end of the day, you can't trust this devil, man. Because everything is against you odds. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. Everything that's set up here in this society is set up for your downfall. Voting is not going to change your situation.
Daniel chapter 4, verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers and to the demand of the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living They know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men and giveth it to them. It's like they giveth it to whomsoever he will to set up over the basis of men.
These politicians, these presidents, these people who are in these high offices and they're running and stuff like that, all the way to the top elites, were all put in their positions through the will of Yahweh Shem Shai. They ain't doing it on their own. We didn't vote them in here. Y'all didn't put Obama in office, right? On the plantation at my job, the radio playing all day about how if all you so-called blacks get together and vote, right? Just like we did with Obama, just like we did with this and with that, Kamala Harris, we band together, we voted, and it made a difference. No, it didn't. Everything that's done is done through the will of Yahweh Shem Shai. Right? That's what our people have to understand. Right? Shalom, 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 bro. Yeah, our people can't keep putting trust. Just like this little thing, when I was reading through it, I'm glad I didn't throw it away. Because it's all biased. There's nothing fair, there's nothing just about what's going on in this thing. You got these candidates right here, and this candidate right, Sherry Beasley, Shannon W. Bray, Ted Budd. They got all their quotes and comments about what they can do for the Democrats, but then this one guy right here, the Republican Ted Budd, they just slandering him in this thing. So how is that even fair? They trying to guide you into who they feel like you should vote for. Right? They're giving you tips, all these other candidates and stuff like that, they're giving you 9 tips for voting. 3 ways to vote, right? When really our people should be getting into the tips on how to please the Lord, man. Because the men of the Lord out here giving you tips, right? And ways to please the Lord. Get back in the good graces of Yahweh Shem Shai, and Lord willing, escape destruction, man. Putting your trust in the Lord. Proverbs 25, Lord willing, we can get that. And not leaning into your own understanding. Going to vote to put your enemies, that's a law. We're not even supposed to have.
This Exodus chapter 23, verse 32. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods.
Right. With who? The heathens. We're not even supposed to be setting up our enemies to be over us, man. We're supposed to have a righteous and judge over us, right? Which is ultimately Yahweh Shem Shai. But what? If we have somebody here on the earth that's over, it's supposed to be an Israelite. It's somebody supposed to be who knows our best interest, and somebody who's tied in with the Lord. Somebody who's in good favor with the Lord. It ain't supposed to be none of these heathens, man. Making no covenants with the heathens. Going down voting and allowing them to make laws and things like that, which is over us. That's backwards. That's all. They don't have our best interests at heart. Did you finish that Psalms 55? Read that last verse. Cast that burden upon the Lord.
Hold up, y'all.
Psalm 55 again.
And I forgot what verse. What did you read? 20, 21. It's 22. You got it.
This is Psalm chapter 55, verse 22. Cast thy burdens upon Yahweh Shem Shai, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved.
That's right. Cast our burdens upon the Lord. You got problems on here, right? Because we have problems with some of the stuff that's up here, right? The gun violence, abortions, right? What's been taught to our kids in the schools, right? Jobs, you know what I'm saying? Everything ain't right with the jobs with our people. We're the first ones fired, the last ones hired. So we have problems with some of the stuff that's listed on this list right here. But what? We cast our burdens onto the Lord, man. We're not putting our trust in no ballot and voting to try to see if this devil is going to help us out. If we can get Isaiah 31. Right? We're not putting our trust in what? They set up these jakes, right? I asked one of my family members today, I said, who you voting for? Oh, I just vote all Democrat. Well, damn, you're not going into who they are or what they're doing or what they're pushing. Right? You're just going with what they lay out for you. and you vote for all Democrat, no matter what they're going to do, no matter what they're saying, you're just going to put your trust wholeheartedly into a system that your enemy has established, man. That's backwards. That's off. You got it.
It's Isaiah 31:1. Woe unto them that go down to Egypt for help.
Egypt, right? Symbolic for our servitude, for our captivity, right? What's modern day Egypt? America, aka Babylon the Great, right? Who was the modern day Pharaoh? Esau Edom, the so-called white man, right? Woe, death and destruction to those that go to Egypt for help.
It says, and stay upon horses and trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong, but they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek Yahweh Shem Shah.
I'm gonna do that again, but no, that's it right there. Because you trust in Esau Edom, so-called white man, his power structure that he has set up because he looks to be a mighty man, his armies, right? His military might, right? So what? You trusting in this devil and what he has set up here, right? And we got again, but not what? Not seeking unto the Holy One of Israel. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans, you have the only true and living power, right? And he's on your side. This devil can't do anything to match the might of Yahweh Shem Shai. But you put your trust in this devil, just like our people did when we was in Egypt. The Lord delivered us, the Lord saved us. Right after he showed his power, what? Our people wanted to go back into Egypt. They thought it was better to be up under the hands of Pharaoh and their enemies, right? Just like today. That's how you know we the same people today. You get Sirach 12 and 10. What you got?
It says Isaiah 31:1. Woe unto them that go down to Egypt for help.
Death and destruction unto them who go into Egypt for help. Them pertaining to you Israelites, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. Woe unto you who go to Egypt for help. Again, Egypt being modern day America, right? Because y'all trust in your enemy, your food stamps, your WIC, right? Your government assistance, rental assistance. Y'all go down to Egypt to help to get you, but what? You won't do what's being written up in the scriptures, which is go back to your power. You got it?
It says, and stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are many.
Trusting in the carnality of this devil and what he has set up, thinking that he's gonna get your head, because that's what you see, right?
It says, and in horsemen because they are very strong, but they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek Yahweh Shem Shai.
They don't look unto the Holy One of Israel. They don't seek unto Yahweh Shem Shai. And how do you do that? By what's going on right here, seeking unto his men, the men that are set up, right? Today, starting up with the apostles and elders of great millstone and all the sincere brothers on down like ourselves, man. You don't seek unto the Lord through his men, that's why you're lost, right? That's why you're trusting in your enemy, right? That has you all messed up. You got something else?
Yeah.
What's your pocket? What's that?
Yeah, I got my
Okay. Sirach 12 and 10. What you got? Isaiah 30?
Yeah.
What you got? You got?
In Psalm 62:5, my soul wait thou upon slacking. My soul wait thou only upon the Most High, for my expectation is from him. He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be moved. And the Most High is my salvation and my glory, the rock of my strength and my refuge. It says, is my power.
That's right. Yahweh Shem Shai, right? Speaking for myself and the brothers up here, which I'm sure our only trust is in Yahweh Shem Shai. He is our rock. He is our foundation, right? They said, well, our expectation, right? Expectation goes into hope. All of our hope, right? What did it just read? It read salvation too, right? The hope in our salvation is based solely on us trusting and having faith in Yahweh Shem Shai. Trust and faith go hand in hand. We have faith that what? That the Lord, through his sacrifice we're covered through that blood and that sacrifice. That's why we're doing what we're doing now, offering up righteous works of faith. So that what? We may please Yahweh Shem Shai, right? And following in the like stead of our Lord and Savior, Lord Yahweh Shai. Right? Here's our rock, here's our defense, here's our fortress, here's our refuge. He is who we seek unto for all our problems that we go through here in this hellhole, this cesspool, this pit, this system that we have been placed in for our own mistakes. First and foremost, going off against the Lord. But what? We have hope and faith that what? The Lord is going to bring us up out of it. And that when this devil comes down, like he's about to do, that the Lord, that we can run unto the Lord to be saved and protected.
I got that Sirach 12 for you.
Yep. Well, you can get your preset.
Okay.
So we're gonna go past it.
This is the book of Isaiah chapter 30. Says, "Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin."
That's the spirit. Read that one more time. But it said, "Woe unto the rebellious children." Who's the rebellious children? You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. You Israelites, right? You Israelites are the rebellious children going off against your power, right? Forsaking the Lord, right? You got it. Read it again.
Kind. Isaiah chapter 30 says, "Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin."
Cover themselves with a covering, right? You're talking about spiritually. They seek unto everything else. Our people are in Buddhism, Catholicism, Christianity. There's 18 denominations of Christianity. And our people are filled in all of it. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Americans, you're in everything. Buddhism, Catholicism, Christianity, atheism, Egyptology, Scientology, the list goes on and on and on. Like it reads in Jeremiah 3rd chapter, "You scattered your ways against amongst every green tree," which is the philosophies and the ways of these heathens. Right? Cover yourselves with a covering, but not of the Spirit of the Lord, not of the counsel of the Lord. That's why you're all over the place. You got it? That was kind of it on that?
Kind, right?
Yeah, but you can jump down to 9. Read 9 and 10 just to get it.
Kind. Said Isaiah chapter 30 verse 9, that this is a rebellious people, lying children that would not hear the law of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
You're rebellious. So-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? Rebellion is a what's that scripture? Is it a sin as a witchcraft? Right? Witchcraft is punishable by death. So rebellion, basically the scripture is saying your punishment for being rebellious is death. That's what's coming to you, so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. Putting your trust in this society, putting your trust in your enemy, putting your trust in this power structure that's set up, and not into the ways of Yahweh Shem Shai. The penalty for that is going to be death. Right? They don't want to hear the laws of the Lord. You got the men of the Lord out here telling you what's pleasing unto the Lord, what's displeasing to the Lord. Y'all don't want to be in order. Y'all don't want to follow the ways. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans have a standard that you should be living by. Not this do as I will spirit, not in this which goes back to the Roman society that was set up. This is the Roman society coming back, right? Of that do as I will spirit. Do what you want to do. Right? But that's not how you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans should live. You want to put your trust in the Lord and do it until He says, man. You got it. Yep, we can get that too. You already in Sirach, right?
Okay.
Yep, but you got verse 10. You finish that.
Okay. This is Isaiah 30 verse 10. It says, "Which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceits."
It said that's what they do. Oh, okay, it's like, yeah, that's what they do. Right? They come up to us and tell us to prophesy smooth things. Our people want to hear what? That T.E. Jakes prosperity doctrine. They don't want to hear the true doctrine of Yahweh Shem Shai. They want us to tell them that as long as we you give us money, the Lord will pay it back to you and you'll be rich and famous one day. They don't want to hear what's the real nitty gritty. That's why, we get the fact that we get because we keep it straight here at Great Millstone. We say exactly what needs to be said. Thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Bible, man. Not of our own vain opinion, not of our own words, right? The Lord is going to wake up whoever he wants to wake up. It ain't of us, right? And the Lord is going to do what's according to his will. Okay. Yeah, please. You can get, if you can get Sirach 2 and 10 real quick.
This is Sirach chapter 2, verse 10. Says, look at the generations of old.
How you look at the generations of old? How do you know what this is talking about? By reading, getting in the scriptures, right? Scripture say, blessed is he that readeth, right? And reading is not just looking at the words and reading it, it's actually comprehending what you're reading, right? In school, I had a textbook. It was all about reading comprehension, because it don't just stop at reading. Learning how to read, it's actually understanding what it is that's being said and written about, right? So looking at the generations of old, you got it.
God. And see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken?
Did any found an account as you're reading, as you're getting into the scriptures, right? To look up them generations of old, find an account where somebody that trusted in the Lord, that abided in his fear, which is obedience, right? So was there ever a time that somebody sincerely trusted in the Lord, sincerely was obedient to the Lord, right? And what are we doing?
Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
Right. You won't find it. There's not, because it ain't never happened. When somebody sincerely trusting the Lord, sincerely being obedient, and somebody being those of the nation of Israel, right? A sincere Israelite trusting the Lord, fearing the Lord, being obedient, and was forsaken for doing so. The Lord, you ain't gonna find it. We'll wait, because there's never been a such thing that happened. Somebody trusting the Lord, calling upon his name in sincerity and truth, and then the Lord turned his back on him. And it never happened. We have countless accounts to say otherwise. With those who trust in the Lord, Noah, right? Daniel, right? Jeremiah, any of the men of old who have been in certain situations got out of it through trusting the Lord. But you can get, and Maccabees too. Maccabees, the second chapter, verse 51. Lord willing, we can get that. But was that in it on that 2 and 10?
Come.
Okay, come on.
Yep.
You got that.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 12, verse 10 says, never trust thine enemy.
Never trust thine enemy. Who are our enemies? These heathens. Anybody outside of the nation of Israel, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? Our enemies are these other heathen nations, chiefly the so-called white man, Esau, Edom. The scripture says, never trust thine enemy. So that means no going down the vote, right? Putting your trust in the ballot, right? That means no trusting when this devil telling you to take the juicy juice, right? Which we got speaking code, but to the Crown Royal 19, right? Not trusting in this devil, but trusting in the Lord, man. Never trust thine enemy.
Hey, 2/3 of our people are our enemy too. Their mindset is this place.
And that's why there's a judgment prepared for them as well. Zechariah 14 and 12. The Lord said he was going to bring a plague into the world that was going to smite all those who fought against Jerusalem. Jerusalem being a people before it's a place. Yeah, come on. We can get that, but you can finish it out.
Says, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness.
So iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Because this devil, as sooner or later, is going to show, just as iron rusted, no matter how long it takes, that iron is going to rust if it's not being refurbished, right? Not keeping up with it, that iron, that rust is going to show forth on that iron, just as the wickedness of this devil, man. Because this devil's about to show his horns for real. Even though it's been a long time, and people think that this devil got us in his best interest, he about to really show you how he really feel about you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. And you're going to really know that he is your true enemy. You can read that one more time. Was that in on that? No, that was the point. Oh, yeah, you're right. Verse 11.
Look, sure showed you that when, you know, he was getting on people for not taking the jab,
Yep.
and taking people's jobs away. Now, all of a sudden, now the people not working no more, now they're trying to get them to come back to the jobs now. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. But you was just laying people off for not getting it. That's why you can't trust this devil. Right? He did all that to try to force you to get it. Right? But now what? It's okay. We brothers, but you can attest to it, we able to do the same thing that we was been doing without it right now. Ain't nobody asking for no cars, ain't nobody asking for nothing. Right? Because what? We trusted in the Lord. And now we're able to carry on as we were. Let you know that this devil is really just doing trial runs to see who he can really control into doing what he wants to be done, which is going to lead up to what? That grain of rice.
Verse 11 says, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him.
Though he humbled himself, what? It's been years, he ain't really shown. Well, he's showing you, right? People been gunned down in the street, right? Hands up, don't shoot. No wicked police, right? I forgot how it goes, but you know what? They showing you that they don't really care about you. They show you in our everyday lives how they really feel about you. Videos is being searching up every day and every day. But what? Because he humbled himself down just a little bit, just because he not lynching you in the streets no more, just because he ain't barbecuing you in your front yard in front of your kids and roasting marshmallows under your feet like he used to do no more, you think you're okay. Just because he giving you benefit checks, Social Security, unemployment, and all these things, bribing you with gifts, you think he all right because he humbled himself down a little bit. You got it.
It says, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust has not been altogether wiped away.
On the surface, for you Jakes who are not paying attention, it looks like he cool. Oh man, forget about that, man. That was a while ago. Look at what he's doing for us now. Right? Look at what he's done for us. My grandma, she lived off her Social Security. She lived off the military check that she was getting from her husband when my granddaddy died. He taking care of us. Right? He doing it, he making up for it. No. Just like we just read in Psalms 55. This devil, everything that he says, best believe there's an agenda behind it. Everything that he does, best believe that there's drawn swords behind his back. Right? What Biggie say? He was rapping, he said he had his fingers crossed right behind his back. Yes. That's what this devil do. Everything he say, he got his fingers crossed behind his back, and there's a double meaning to it for the demise of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. What's that, verse 12? What is that? Yeah, verse 12. Yeah. We can get it again. Yeah, what's that? 5 and 20. Salt and oil. Yeah, we can get it again. Oh yeah, verse 12, and then we're gonna jump right back to that.
Kind says verse 12 says, set him not by thee, lest when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And though at the last remember my words and be pricked therewith.
That's right. That's what this devil's gonna do, man. At the end of the day, his goal, his agenda is to that's the spirit. It's saying his agenda is to make you take that grain of rice to show your loyalty and your I forgot the words, but yeah, your allegiance to him and his system. To you Jakes, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. This devil, you're not supposed to trust him. You ain't supposed to be nowhere near him, man. Right? Just like a dog ain't supposed to be in the kitchen, this devil is like just like a dog, man. You keep him at a distance. Because when he's ready, he's going to show his teeth. When he's ready, he's going to take advantage of you and do what he wants to do, man. To set up his NWO and what? And that's to the demise of you Jakes, man. Right? What was it? That was in verse 12, right? Right, get that Psalm 55 one more time. Read it. Yep. So you can't trust this devil. But what? You would know that if you were seeking unto the Lord, if you were trusting unto the Lord, because then the minute of the Lord will be telling you who to look out for, who are your enemies, right? And of course, our people, and just to say, our people are scattered amongst these nations. So right, it's not a black thing, right? It's not a color thing. But what? The truth say we have to tell you who these people are and tell you who your enemies are, right?
Yep. This is the book of Psalms chapter 55 verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart.
That's right. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. So when he come out with these things, right, when he tell you to vote, when these politicians come out and tell you what they're trying to do, and they direct it straight to you Jakes, right? Because you know that you're masking numbers, and they want you to go out and vote just to collect data. The votes really don't matter, but they're really trying to see where your mind is at, where your spirit is at, and see if they still got you in their grasp, mentally and spiritually. Right? But every time this devil says something, he got war in his mind, war in his heart. There's nothing that he does that has your best interest for you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. You got it.
Says his words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords.
There you go, the Lord, and that got caught on camera too. When they say vote, right, for your families to be safe, they're trying to give you that sense of stability in voting and putting your trust in the society. They said vote for the sheriff. That was the sheriff thing, wasn't it? These sheriffs about to be quitting their jobs soon come. All hell is about to break loose. But there was a sign that just said vote for the sheriff to keep you and your family safe. So what about when that sheriff has to put his family first? Because that's what the scriptures say, right? They should not regard their kings nor princes, right? So people ain't gonna be giving a damn about the sheriff, the president, the prime ministers, the mayors, the governors. They be giving a damn what the law say, right? Just like in that movie, and not to be long-winded, but that movie, when that dude was running to the store to get his daughter some insulin, everybody was stealing. Everybody was taking stuff. And then this cop walked up. He looked all scared and shy because he was stealing the insulin. And then the cop walked right past him and went and got something for himself. Something probably for his family. Something probably for his daughter. Because the times that we heading into, right, all hell and lawlessness is going to break loose, and everybody's going to be fending for themselves, man. So putting your trust in the society, in your sheriff, and your police, and your politicians is going to set you up for destruction, man. You got it. You can read it one more time.
Okay.
You can read 22 again, too.
This is the book of Psalms chapter 55 verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords.
And in short, this devil is never going to have your best interest, ever. Whatever he says, take it with a grain of salt. Don't never, my grandpa used to tell me, even before I was in the truth, if the white man tell you to do something, do the opposite. Because this devil is only going to tell you to do stuff that's in his best interest and not for you, man. Here's our enemy. You got it.
Verse 22, cast thy burden upon Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh Shah, and he shall sustain thee.
And he shall sustain thee. Right, finish up.
Says, he shall never suffer the righteous to be moved.
The Lord is not going to let you be taken. We just read Sirach 2 and 10. Whoever trusted in the Lord, whoever abided in his fear, and was forsaken. Nobody. So with that information, we know that we can keep our trust in the Lord. We cast our burdens unto the Lord. You got problems at home? Send up prayers. Put it unto the Lord. You out in the streets? Give it to the Lord. Your job giving you problems? Cast them to the Lord. They're not letting you come out on Saturdays, right? You're around abominable foods, you're around abominable things that you know you ain't supposed to be around. Cast it unto the Lord. He'll make the situation better. From the smallest thing to the largest thing. Get Proverbs 3 and 5. Because we have to trust the Lord. They say acknowledge him in all thy ways. Like the brother going to, I believe that was you that said it. It don't matter if it's down to a bowel movement. So the smallest thing in your life, all the way to the top. It's something like rent. You thank the Lord if you poop and it come out all right. You thank the Lord that you burp and it come out and you ain't choke on it. It don't matter what it is. You pray to the Lord because everything is done in His will, and you show your gratitude to the Lord. It pleases the Lord when we trust in Him, when you praying unto Him, when you thanking Him, not giving it up to this devil and your enemies, man.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 5. Trust in Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai with all thine heart.
Trust in Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai with all thine heart. That word heart goes back to the Hebrew word lav, which means your mind. So if your whole mind, everything that you think about, your whole mind, right? You give it up to the Lord. You trust in the Lord with all your decisions, all your daily things that you do. Right, and that really goes back, in a nutshell, to prayer too. Because when you pray to the Lord, you're really showing that you trust and you have faith in Him. Because it's just like the opposite. When you're not praying to the Lord, that's what you telling Him that what you got it. You don't need Him. When you pray to the Lord, it pleases Him and it shows that you trust Him. Because you wouldn't pray if you didn't believe it worked. You got it.
It says, and lean not into thine own understanding.
And lean not into thy own understanding. Right? Speaking to myself first and foremost. It applies to all of us. We can't lean into our own understanding thinking that we got it. Because once you separate yourself from trusting the Lord, you start leaning into your own understanding, that's where you start to fall off. That's when you find yourself in positions that you shouldn't be in as a man of the Lord. Because you was thinking into your own understanding. You was thinking you got it. Right? Which also goes into trusting brothers, trusting the counsel, trusting the men that are set up around you to help you in situations. You hiding stuff from brothers, trying to keep it to yourself, thinking that nobody's watching, but the Lord is watching. He's keeping these things in the tally. He has the records of everything, and spiritually things around you will start happening because you ain't really trusting Him. You ain't trusting the way He has set up. You got it.
In all thy ways, acknowledge Him.
And in all thy ways, acknowledge Him. Just banging on that point, man. I don't care what it don't matter what it is. From the smallest thing in your life to the most important thing in your life. You give it up to the Lord. The scripture just said, cast your burdens upon the Lord. The Lord got it. Right? Read it again.
It says, in all thy ways, acknowledge Him, and He shall direct thy path.
And He shall direct thy path. He gonna move you in the right direction. Right? You know, at the end of the day, the goings of what's the scripture? Exactly, throughout it. Man's goings is of the Lord anyway, right? So it ain't nothing gonna happen outside His will anyway. So acknowledge that. Have understanding in that the Lord is gonna put you in the right direction anyway, right? As long as you're trusting in Him, you have that trust, you have that understanding.
And Jake, you can't see that direct deposit hit, but they have faith in that.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that hit too hard. Yeah, but you know it's coming, right? You banking on it, right? With this devil, after you didn't work for 2 weeks already, you done put in the work already, and you waiting. That's right. Hey, look. That's the spirit. Hey, that's the spirit. Shalom.
Shalom.
She said them boys. Hey, look, Jay waking up though. Jay wild though. But, hey, look, they see it. He said them boys down the corner. He said y'all the real men of the Lord. Which they Jews too. They Israelites too. But what she was saying, we the real men of the Lord. First and foremost through Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai, right? And them boys down the road is ISUBK. They some bull. Why? Because they're not telling you the whole truth. They're giving you parts, fragments of the truth, but what? A half truth is what? A lie. So if they're not telling you the whole truth, exactly what she said, they BS. They ain't telling you what the grain of rice is, the strong G54 and 80, and not to take it. Right? Other groups telling you that there's no tribulation that's gonna come. Right? Telling you that the name of the Lord don't matter. Other men thinking that they can do it on their own. Thinking that they don't need other brothers that they need to follow after and get right. Right? And if you think that you can go out there and do it on your own, you're not supposed to submit yourselves unto the leaders. Read First Peter's, the 5th chapter, the whole chapter, and break that down. If you ain't got to submit yourself to nobody, if you don't have to have no elders, if you don't have to be in order. But not to digress, but that's the spirit. Because I was going to keep talking over because I thought she was talking junk. But what she said got truth to it. Jacob sinned, and that great awakening is happening, man. It's like, what was that? The Proverbs, verse 8, what does it say? Depart from evil. No, Proverbs 3 and 8, right?
Con. Yep.
Start at 7 again. Where you at?
Nah, bro.
Yeah, that's it.
Con.
But you can start 7 and then go into.
Okay, con. It says, this is Proverbs chapter 3, verse 7. Says, be not wise in thine own eyes. Spirit, Yahweh by Hashem.
I'm sorry. What was the verse that said direct that pass?
Right, verse 6.
Okay, read that and then read it to 7. I don't think it's 8. Yeah, that was my fault. Slack.
Con. It says, verse 6, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths.
Again, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he going to direct your paths. The Lord got it. Right? Simply put, the Lord going to get you right. You don't have to worry about too much. Those of us that's in this truth and who sincerely believe, right? The elect, Lord, when we part of that number, they're going to be giving it all to the Lord because we know, again, Lord, when we're part of that number, we know that the Lord going to take care of it all anyway. Right? So certain things that we go through, we just bear it because we know that that's what comes in this walk, in this faith. Right? You got it.
Verse 7 says, be not wise in thine own eyes. Fear Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai, and depart from evil.
Be not wise in thine own eyes. Thinking that you got it. Thinking that you got the solutions to everything. That's why it's important. That's why you got to be grateful that you have brothers, man. That you have men over you who have been in this thing for 15 years, 20, 25, 30 years, the apostles. Because they can help you and they've been through it. And that was set up through Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai, that we have men. You don't want to be out here thinking that you got it on your own, man. Because, the Lord, even if you're on your own, not saying that you can't get saved and live on your own, but ain't it easier to have a teacher? Ain't it easier to have an example? Isn't Yahweh Shai our example? Don't we follow after Lord Yahweh Shai? Then he lead a perfect example on how to do things. So why wouldn't he have men set up to help you do it in his absence? Which he's not gone, he's in the spirit. But why would he just leave you out here to fend for yourself? This brotherhood is here for a reason. It's not to be taken for granted. That was it on that? So what you have in Sirach?
Sirach.
We finished that, right? 12 and 10. We read to 12, right? And you can get read Sirach 2 and 10 again, and then we're gonna go to Maccabees, the 2nd chapter, verse 51. Because trusting in the Lord, because that ties directly in. It's gonna go into a little bit deeper of the men and what they went through, right? And trusting in the Lord, and what we expect from trusting in the Lord, and what we expect and our hope to get through trusting in the Lord and being patient and waiting on the Lord, man. Because the Lord is not a man that he should lie. We can get that too. Numbers, I'll get too. What's that? Yeah, 2 and 10. Just read it again.
Yep. This the book of Sirach, chapter 2, verse 10. Look at the generations of old, and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
That's right. That's simply plain and put, straight to the point. Who find an account in the scriptures, right, where somebody trusting in the Lord, was obedient, and sincerity and truth, right, of the Israelites, and the Lord forsook them, or the Lord turned his back on them, or the Lord punish them for trusting in him and calling upon his name, you won't find it. There's no account because it ain't never happened. If the Lord said he was going to do something, he did it. If the Lord said he was going to do something that ain't happened yet, it's going to happen. We can get that in Numbers. What's that? Numbers 23 and 19? Yep.
I know you. I hear it. I speak it. I see it.
You got it. Numbers 23 and 19.
Says this is the book of Numbers, chapter 23, verse 19. The Most High is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent.
The Lord is not a man that he should lie. The Lord is the omnipotent being. He is the Almighty. He is over and in control of all things. What reason do he have to lie about anything? The Lord is incapable of anything that is unrighteous. That's his line. He ain't like any other man that's on the face of the earth. Men on the earth, they lie. They have to repent. They have to turn back for what they say because they might be wrong. The Lord ain't never been wrong. He ain't gonna never be wrong. So what reason do he have to repent? What reason do he have to say something? Oh, my fault. Let me take that back. It ain't never happened. It ain't gonna happen, man. You got it.
Hath he said, and shall he not do it?
That's right. Have he said, and shall he not do it? That's the point. When you're talking to your woman, and she's like, oh, you lying, what I got the law for? If I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. That's how the Lord is. And he is way more righteous than any of us.
Just real quick, for you ish people out here, this is being smite with madness to the heart.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 28, I believe it is.
All right. That's around there.
It's about, yeah. That's what happens to the Lord's people. And if you heard him, Jake said, why is this happening to me? Because he's a Jake.
Yeah. Oh, 28,
28, yeah.
I can really like it.
Yeah, if you want to speak on it.
But yeah, you're right. Deuteronomy 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart, just like the brother was saying. That's what we just witnessed is a real curse. That's what's happening to the Jakes. I ain't never seen a big nose or a small hat walking down the street screaming out loud, why is this happening to me? High, drunk, walking around, not knowing what's going on, not knowing his left from right, because his mind is gone. I ain't never seen a small hat or a 1948er going through that in broad daylight in the middle of the street. I see this every Saturday. I see the same small hat come from his jewelry shop down the street, and it was in that Lexus, in that beige Lexus. I think it's a convertible, top down, hard top. Every weekend we out here, I see him. He ain't never got a problem. He just living life because he good in the society.
But not in trouble with other men.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what I'm saying? That's the spirit. The Lord gonna bring you an example every single time. But yep, that was Deuteronomy 28. That was it. Okay. Did you want to say something?
It's out. It says.
Yes, please.
It says, or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good?
Have he spoken and shall he not make it good? So the Heavenly Father, the omnipotent being, the Almighty, if he say he's gonna do something, you think he's just gonna leave it hanging? Right? Time is not an issue. To us, it's an issue because we're in the flesh. Right? We're carnal beings. So we feel like if the Lord says something's gonna happen and it take 2,000 years to happen, in the flesh, being in the flesh, we feel like, it's taking a long time, or the Lord is slack. And what the scriptures say, the Lord is not slack concerning his promise. The Lord gonna make it happen. The Lord, the concept of time gonna apply to the Lord. If he say he gonna do it, the concept of time gonna apply to the Lord. If he say he gonna do it, man. So what's that on that? Or you got a little more? That's it? What we read before that? Surah 2 and 10, right? You trust in the Lord, right? Get that Maccabees real quick. That was kind of lengthy. You want me to go into that? No. Hey, look, man. But that's the trust in the Lord, man. Trust in the Lord, putting all your trust in Him, man. That's how we're gonna succeed. That's how we're gonna get by. But with that, Lord, when that was there, I'm gonna close it out and pass it on to the next brother.
You know, pretty much going in on sleazy E and everything, you know. But pretty much just want to talk about the prophecy, you know, what's gonna befall sleazy E, you know. We got Malachi 4:1, you know, that's gonna befall not only sleazy, but it's gonna befall 2/3 of our people, you know. You know, that's gonna fall not only the third part of man, the wicked, but it's gonna fall 2/3 of our people as well, because they're caught up in following behind Esau and accepting his gifts and all that, you know. And trying to maintain that certain lifestyle. But, you know, it's a judgment behind that.
It's Malachi chapter 4, verse 1. For behold, at the top of the chapter it says, God's judgment on the wicked. Letting you know he was going into.
No, if you are Esau Edom, you know you are the wicked, the third part of man, and 2/3 of the nation of Israel, the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, that follow the ways of Esau. You know, you're in the path of the wicked. You know.
Malachi chapter 4, verse 1. For behold, the day that cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble.
You know, who is the proud? Esau Edom, once again, you know, the proud. And we have 2/3 of our people, you know, they're following right behind Esau Edom being proud, you know. Their mind is turned away from their maker, you know, as it says in Sirach 10 and 12 and everything. They turn their mind from the maker, you know, so the Lord's gonna pour out all these calamities and judgments upon them and whatnot, you know. And Malachi 4:1 is the ultimate judgment that the Lord has set up for 2/3 of our people as well as Esau Edom.
And his heathens.
Khan, and these heathens, you know, they oppress us too, you know. You know, the elites of these heathen nations, they know who we are, but none of them lended their hand to our while we was in our captivity and whatnot, you know. And they helped afford our affliction, you know.
Malachi 4:1, it says, it reads on, it says, and the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, and it shall leave them neither root nor branch.
It shall leave them neither root nor branch. So that means everything that you see is going to be desolate, it's going to be destroyed, you know. It's going to be a desert place, you know, because it's ICBM thermonuclear missiles along with the warheads, it's coming to lay this land desolate, you know. You're going to, no more cars, no more concrete, no more streets, you know. No more abominable foods and all that. Pretty much no more America. It's just gonna be desolate. No desert. No trees.
You said that. This is all going to the day of the Lord. This is 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. It says, the day of the Lord becomes a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works therein shall be burnt up.
You know, the Lord, Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, he's sending Yahweh Shai as a thief in the night. Unexpectedly, you know, he's going to come. All these prophecies going to kick off. And then and if you're measuring the times, you're going to understand that, hey, the only thing next is for the Lord to return. But we don't know the day that he's going to return. He's going to come as a thief. So he's going to either come and find you being faithful, you know, doing the works and doing his will, or he's going to find 2/3 of his people, you know, still following the ways of Esau Edom and being caught up in all these judgments and calamities, and they're going to be utterly destroyed. The Lord's coming back as a thief in the night. He's coming to
In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, but the day of the Lord becomes a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise.
And that's what these ICBM thermonuclear missiles going to do. You know, you're going to hear, you're going to see the earth rocket to and fro. You're going to hear these explosions going off. You know, these are the weapons. These are the weapons of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. You know, so of course they're going to be that force and all and the noise, you know, it's going to be felt throughout the whole earth, you know.
Heaven represents Saudi and bullshit.
Yeah, and it said heaven should be scroll. Oh, sorry.
2 Peter 3:10 it says, in which the heavens shall pass away with great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works that are therein shall be burnt up.
You know, the earth and its works. You know, all the these ICBM missiles and the warheads, it's a cleansing agent. Fire is a cleansing agent. So it's going to purify not only the land of Israel, because you know we got to go back and inhabit that again. That's the promised land. But it's going to eradicate the sin and the filthiness that was being done in America, as well as these other parts of the earth where Yahweh Shai has appointed his judgments towards. You know, it's going to be that this fire is going to be that purifying cleansing agent.
She
You
got
know.
fired for it, but what I'm saying is she sure wants
Reads on, verse 11. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness?
You know, what conversation? You know, not only your actions, but what should your mind be at? What should you be talking about? You should be speaking prophecy. You know, Kyrie ain't do nothing wrong. You know, the only thing he did was post a link. I mean, there was a little bit of edification, but then there was a lot of bones in that link of Hebrews
to Negroes.
Yeah, Hebrews to Negroes. You know, there was some lies, but there was also some truth in there. But you know, the conversation was there as far as waking our people up. You know, it was just to spark that idea. But you know, our conversation is supposed to be on prophecy. You know, all the things that are going to befall the land of America as well as the world. You know, because the Lord's word is going to come to pass. You know, and the judgment is going to be coming forth. You know, a new kingdom is going to be coming forth. You know, and you small hats, you know, y'all going to be our new. You know, whether y'all like it or not, y'all already understand. Y'all gonna be our new workers. Y'all gonna be our employees, our property.
This is Revelation 13:9. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity.
You know, he that leadeth into captivity should go into captivity. And what was the key point of these small hats in our slavery? You know, us being part off of slave ships. They're the ones that funded these slave ships. You know, the small hats funded these slave ships. And, you know, you had Ishmael. Ishmael and Ham. They helped round us up, along with you know, sellouts of our people helping to round us up and all that. You know, and further our affliction and captivity and everything. You know, so the judgment that it says in Malachi 4:1 and 2 Peter 3:10, that's for them. That's for 2/3 of our people. That's for these other heathen nations. It's most definitely for Esau, Edom, and these small heads. You know, for all the hell that they caused us.
Yeah, I got you. You want it right now? Or you want me to read it?
Yeah, just pretty much just touching on prophecy. You know, going into you know, how we're in that time of being persecuted and everything for speaking the truth. You know, you have some of these top athletes and you know, the top tier celebrities. They're being persecuted for you know, going into just, you know, to the milk of just telling our people who we are. You know, you can't even not even using hate speech, just telling our people who we are. We're being persecuted for that, and it's being deemed hate speech, being anti-Semitic. But it's the truth, you know.
Yeah, because ultimately they're trying to stop this prophecy from happening. What we're reading right now, they're trying to stop it. This is Revelation 13:10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints.
You know, and that's the judgment, you know, for the people that led us into captivity. You know, they're going to go into captivity. The ones that was judging us, they was slaughtering us and all that. You know, their judgment is being slaughtered. You know, the brother had the article before where the woman, she was working 10 hours And Sleazy E talk about the beans wasn't good quality, so she only got $1. And her food, her daily bread is $2 for 14 for herself and 14 other children. You know, so just think, we're gonna return double upon y'all heads.
And look, they're of course making mockery. You know what I'm saying? Esau was being funny on that. You know what I'm saying? I got that precept point on double. It's Lamentations chapter 4, verse 21. It says, "Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwellest in the land of Uz."
No, rejoice and be glad. Hey, y'all in your rulership right now. Really live it up. Fulfill your heart's desires, because as soon as Yahweh Bashim Yahshua crack them clouds, you know, it's your behind, you know. Just prepare for the. I ain't trying to cuss, but hey, it's chains, it's hard labor, you know, it's everything that you've done to us, but it's double that.
I'm just thinking like, yo, Esau would do a whole coca line that long. You know?
And you're gonna do it sober at that, Esau. You know,
Right.
you ain't gonna have
Right.
nothing to ease your mind. You
Right.
know, you gonna really feel that. You gonna feel what we felt, that hardship. You know, no wine, no alcohol, none of these hard drugs, no prescriptions, no none of that, no antidepressants. You're gonna really catch it, and you gonna be in fear for your life the whole time.
Well, at least they can look at Coke 45. You know what I'm saying? But Lamentations 4:21, "Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwells in the land of Uz. The cup also shall pass through unto thee, and thou shalt be drunken, and shalt make thyself naked." It says, "The punishment of thy iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He shall visit the iniquity of he shall visit the iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins."
You know, and that cup represents the curses. You know, it's gonna be a transition. You know, we're gonna go from them curses being on us to being uplifted off of us. You know, entering into that new covenant where our body's gonna be changed, our mind, new heart, where we're not gonna go off, we're not gonna transgress the Heavenly Father's law, statutes, and commandments. But that cup, these curses gonna befall y'all. You know, y'all gonna have to deal with y'all women being unruly. Y'all gonna have to deal with how we got holes in our pockets, you know, we always subject to a bill and all that. We can never get ahead. Man, shoot. Y'all just gonna wish y'all was that y'all gonna wish that y'all had the lifestyle of that Jake that was smiting with madness. That's the type of lifestyle y'all gonna wish y'all had. 'Cause at least he had him a beard and all that. At least he had at least some clothes on his back and he could talk his mess and then go down the street again. That's the lifestyle that y'all gonna wish y'all could at least have for a day. Cause it's gonna be all hell to pay.
Deuteronomy 30:7, "And the Lord thy power," because you said something about, this is going back on them. This is Deuteronomy 30:7, "The Lord thy power will put all these curses upon thy enemies, and on them that hate thee, which persecute thee."
You know, it's gonna befall you. It's gonna be, these curses gonna be put on you.
I'll read it again slowly. It's Deuteronomy 30:7, "And the Lord thy power will put all these curses upon thy enemies, and on them that hate thee, which persecute thee."
So not only he's gonna put it on all these other nations, but he's gonna put it on them that hate us, which is Esau, Edom. You know, all these curses. You know, because you know, y'all forward the afflictions of the Israelites. You know, y'all didn't show no mercy. You know, when the time of our affliction was up, you know, y'all continued on. Y'all intensified it. Y'all went even further. You know.
Yeah, going back to that lamentation you brought out. That cup. That cup of curses. It was we had to drink and swallow down. They got to swallow it down too.
You know. Rather further down, you know, Zion representing that monument, you know, the nation of Israel, you know, yeah, Zion representing Israel, you know, we're no longer going to be subject to those curses no more. We're no longer going to be under these curses. But, you know, they're going to, you know, our enemies, you know, it's going to fall upon them.
all because of what they have done and what it's going into. I got that one to call for. It's the book of Exodus chapter 21, verse 16. It says, and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
If you steal it from man, or if you found in your hands, you know, slavery, how we got over here on slave ships, you know, we was stolen from the western side of Africa, we were sold into slavery, you know, and then you got when we was on those plantations, when the slave master died, but you know how they had their emancipation proclamation, we was transferred to, you know, the next to his seed line, the next to kin, you know, his sons, you know.
I'm gonna land back off real fast. And just like, you know, the Northern Kingdom was the first ones, the Latin tribes, the Indian tribes were the first ones to be carted off in the cargo slave ships, man, over to Spain, over to Europe. Going back to why these brickhead, rockhead Latins think the motherland is Spain. They think the motherland is Spain, man. Well, do you know how you got over there? You know how you got cousins and relatives over there? By the curses, man. Dummies. You know, we all know about what happened to Judah, Southern Kingdom, right? Because they're, you know, pretty much Judah's the head tribe. But hell, the Indian tribes went in first, man. Head first, man.
You know, 2/3, you know, the Israelites that would sell out these other Israelites and all that, y'all really got hell to pay, you know. You know, y'all really got hell to pay, you know, but not to stay off topic, you know, Esau Edom, you know. Y'all stole us and y'all still have us in y'all possession today. So, you know, y'all judgment is y'all gonna be, you know, put into slavery, but y'all gonna be what's the name? Y'all gonna be deleted also.
I'll read one time. It's Exodus 21:16. It says, and he that still, man, this is what they're trying to take out the textbooks, man. This goes back to that critical race theory, because it's that shameful spewing that's coming across all your glory, Esau. That's a shameful thing. To get your riches, how you got everything by being wicked, man. And nothing's changed about you. It says Exodus 21:16, he that stealeth a man. Now they say, oh, Jake, you want to come over willingly and find a better opportunity. You know?
Cowards, man. Y'all still got a lie to this day. Come on, man. Well, y'all Esau, you devil, man. Y'all gonna continue. Y'all not gonna own up to y'all actions, which y'all did, you know. So that's why it's double into y'all heads.
To what you were saying, when I looked it up, in Texas they changed the curriculum from slavery to.
Shalom.
They changed the curriculum from slavery to it's called involuntary relocation.
And look, see? Involuntary relocation.
Yeah, but we look into that critical race theory, a lot of Jakes were advocating for, you know, the change of the textbooks as well.
Of course.
You know, because they say, oh, this is hateful, you know, this shouldn't be our history, that shouldn't be teaching this to our kids. It's degrading.
Yeah, a lot of it's paid off too, though, man. You know, you saw a pay a nigga quick, pay a stick quick. They can take the bag, man. They ain't got shit on the side.
It's like you said, it was degrading, you know. Jake doesn't want to be looked at in that light, you know. Oh, you know, we were slaves at one point. You know, we still being looked at like that in the society. I mean, we still are, you know. We still under Esau's rule, you know. You still got birth certificates. You still have to pay the taxes. You still, it's still usury, you know. You're subject to his laws, you know.
All right, so finish that real quick. Exodus 21:16, and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, auction blocks, right?
The market house in Fayetteville.
Or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
You know, we're still to this day in the hands of Esau. Social security numbers, you know, birth certificates, you know, pretty much in his system, you know. In order to get a job, boom, driver's license numbers. You have to have identification number, birth certificate, social security number, pretty much going in tax IDs in order to get health care and all that. You know, you're subject unto Esau, you know.
It's Isaiah chapter 14, verse 3. It says, "And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors." This is Isaiah 14:3, verse 2. Slaki, "And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall rule over." And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. You see, so Yahweh Shema Shah is going to allow us, you know, the nation of Israel, to rule over those who oppressed us, those who brought us over here in captivity and serve hardcore bondage. You know, trading of places is coming. This is what this is the patience and the faith of the saints. You see, this is what we believe, and this is why we stand here in great boldness. You know, knowing that Yahweh Shema Shah, He's going to fight for us, and the recompense is coming. One more. So Isaiah 47:6, "I was wroth with my people, I have polluted my inheritance, and given them into thine hands." Speaking of the Edomites, you know, the Heavenly Father was angry with us because we sinned against Him, transgressed His laws. And that's why we're in this predicament that we're in. You see, it says, and given them into thine hands, thou didst show them no mercy. You see, the Edomites didn't show us no mercy. You know, to this very day, the very food that we eat on the day-to-day is tainted. It's defiled. You see, the very air, the water that we there's a lack of our people. You know, there's a lack of knowledge. You know, how to actually take care of yourself, how to take care of your body, what foods you need. There's a lot of disinformation. This is all the confusion that Esau either promotes to keep our people in a bugged out state that they're in.
Parents, real quick. James 2:13, "For he shall have judgment without mercy, to have showed no mercy, and mercy rejoiceth against judgment." You said something about mercy.
Yeah, so exactly. And if you want to obtain mercy, you should show mercy. You know, and you white people have not shown the so-called Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans any mercy, especially you elites, because we have this whole thing with you know, hate speech against the small hats. You know, in Asian America, you see how quick they got their day, but to a Jake, it's just get over it. You know, you see. This is Isaiah 47:6. I'm sorry, from the top. It says, I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thine hands. Thou didst.
It's like, I just wanted to say, one of the ways that Yahweh Shema Shah polluted his inheritance, you know, what did Esau Edom do to us? You know, he stripped us of our heritage, of us not knowing who we were as a people. You know, so we have 2/3 of the nation of Israel. They can't grasp the concept that they was once royal people, you know, princes, and you know, we had righteous kings and all that. You know, we was a wise people at one point, you know, but we went off and we transgressed Heavenly Father's laws. Like brother said, the Lord was angry with us. So, you know, Esau Edom being that whooping stick, you know, he pretty much beat our heritage out of us. You know, so we're polluted. We're following the ways of these heathens.
It says, and I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thou verily very heavily laid thy yoke. You know, and also we're the ancient ones, we're the sons of God. You know, that Esau even has laid his yoke upon. That yoke is still being laid upon us to this very day. You know, and Esau Edom is guilty. I got one more piece of bring out. This is the book of Lamentations, chapter 1. In 21, it says, they have heard that I sigh. And it reads, they have heard that I sigh, there is none to comfort me. You know, you want it?
Yeah. You know, the nation of Israel, you know, they're the ones that are crying to Yahweh Shai and everything. You know, they're the ones that are out in the streets and
Okay. It says, they have heard that I sigh, there is none to comfort me. Yeah, even though you heathens are not comforting us, Yahweh Shai, just as he did in the time of Egypt when he sent Moses, you know, to go down to Pharaoh, he said, I've heard, you know, the affliction of my people by reason of their taskmasters. You know, he's come to perform the oath that he swore unto our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, our fathers. The forefathers of the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. You see? And that's why you heathens are in great fear, you know, of us being out here on the highways and edges. This is Lamentations 1:21. They have heard that I sigh, there is none to comfort me. All my enemies have heard of my trouble. They are glad that thou hast done it. You see, so they are glad, you know, that we sinned against Yahweh Shema Shai, and that's why they have set up a society or a system, you know, a pit, a trap, to keep us in a life, you know, full of sin. You know, 90% of your food comes from the hog, and little do you know. You know, little do you know how defiled your fruits and vegetables really are. You know, the water that comes out of your faucet when you take a shower. You know, you white people have destroyed the whole planet Earth. You know, and Yahweh Shema Shai is going to bring a heavy judgment. You know, you Edomites, because that's your biblical nationality.
You said something about how the food is defiled and everything. You know, you gotta understand the body and all that. You know, when you take in this nutrition, you know, not only does it's supposed to be for the body, but you gotta think about what it does to the mental and all that. A lot of this nutrition, you know, creates those chemical imbalances in the mind and all that. So we have people out here that's just going in the mind from that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Not to talk too much, but that's why brothers say this food has demons on it, because when you look at a cancer inside the body, when it's removed, it looks like an evil spirit. You know, when the cancer is removed and you can see it, it looks like a spirit, an evil spirit has grown inside of you. You see, that's what those parasites are. You know, that's in everywhere. This system is polluted. The only reason why we're still here is for the mercies of Yahweh Shema Shai. This is Lamentations 1:21, and it reads, it says, they are glad that thou hast done it. See, these heathens are happy that we're in a low estate. They don't care about us. It says, thou wilt bring the day that thou hast called, and they shall be like unto me. So the heathens are going to be brought low. They're going to be like us. They're going to be like how we are, in a low estate. You know? It says, let all their wickedness come before me, and do unto them as thou hast done unto me. For all of my transgressions from my side are many, and my heart is faint. You know, and that's the average Israelite in these times, you see. But only the remnant is crying to Yahweh Shema Shai to come back. You know, to establish a righteousness down here upon the earth again, and to judge the heathen.
That's why it says, when it says in the book of Ezekiel 94, you know, the you know, the elect, the remnant, they're going to be the ones to get the wall, you know, which is that exemption sign. And you know, 2/3, you know, the man, woman, child, and the women and everything, they're going to be the ones that's going to get that judgment. They're going to be the ones that's going to be slain, you know.
Okay. Oh, you did? That's cool. I got another one. I got second. Okay. I got second. That's all.
I got a quick one.
You got it.
Numbers 23 and 18. It says, "And Edom shall be in possession." Going back to Isaiah 14. It says, "The seer also shall be in possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiant."
Yeah, violently. Yeah. I always have trouble saying that word.
That's backing up the Isaiah 14, man. Edom's gonna be a desolation, man. For all the wickedness, for all the wrong he has done. Look, rightfully so.
You know, the Heavenly Father don't just do anything for no reason, you know. Esau is going to be that example of what not to be, you know, and how, you know, how not to rule and all that.
What chapter was that?
24? 24? Yeah. Well, when you possess something, you own it.
Huh.
You know, going back to Revelation 13, you have to bring out.
Because it's laws on how you should treat a slave and everything, you know. But Esau, Edom, they bypass that. They want to say that the Bible, the King James Bible, is the law of the land. Well, you got to go by that if you're going to stand on it. Otherwise, it's being hypocritical, you know. Since y'all said that, y'all gotta execute that, or you already know. That's why y'all watching y'all's bringing that judgment, you know, that destruction, because y'all implemented it as the law of the land, but y'all didn't follow by it. So
Y'all claim y'all the people.
yeah. So the judgments for that is the you know, the wage of sin is death. You know, y'all judgment is destruction. Y'all judgment is the captivity.
Did you have a definition of that?
This means with determination.
Yeah, that determination. The Lord gonna put that spirit on you. All right, to do His will to our enemies, starting with Esau.
This is Baruch 3 and 8. I'm sorry, 7. For this cause thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should fear to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity. For we have called to mind all the iniquities of our fathers that sinned before thee.
You know, the Lord has called to mind for all our past transgressions and everything.
What we have.
So what again?
It says just that part. It says, for we have called to mind.
And look, that's why they mad. That's why these devils are mad, man. The Lord has called us to mind. Our teachers. You know, through prophecy.
Yeah, we're talking about we called to mind after the Lord put the spirit of life.
Yes.
You know, now we're remembering why we're here. You see, why we're in this predicament. It's a punishment, you know, and you can either, you know, you have a hard day at work, you can either just do the work, or you can complain the whole time, you know, and we're just here to serve our punishment, and we're not here to complain to the Edomites, we're here to complain to Yahweh Shema Shai, you know, and to bear our cross and cry unto the Lord. Where do I say? It says, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us, for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments, according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our God.
Well, brother said it earlier when we had brought out scriptures. I think we brought it out I think it's like third time us bringing it out. But you know, everybody want to be like Jake, but don't nobody want to be Jake. You know, we got those curses, we get the reproaches, the bywords that's being called. You know, Jake is under Jake is really being persecuted and scrutinized. You know, But but
Baruch 3:8. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us, for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payment.
You know, we're subject to payments. You know, we have to you know, in order to maintain the supply out here, we gotta pay these high rents and all that, insurances, taxes and all that and everything. You know, we're the ones that's yet this day in our captivity. We're still in captivity. You know, we're the ones that are last hired, last hired first fired and everything. You know, we're the ones that are being looked down upon, looked as the worst of the worst in society. You know, we're constantly scrutinized as thugs and criminals constantly. You know.
That was it? Yeah, just back in what God just read, this is why the Lord scattered us. Deuteronomy 28:65. No. 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth, even unto the other, and there shall serve other gods which neither thou nor thy father shall know from wood and stone. Who has scattered us because of our transgressions against him, right? But we're serving other gods. We're serving what? The churches. We're serving other idols. All right? We're not serving him. So the Lord said, look, I'm going to give you the peace. And up until this very day, we're still in captivity. Wherever the Lord has scattered us, we were scattered all 18 nations. Or 17. 18. All right? That was it. That was it.
It's the second Thessalonians 1:6. Seeing is a righteous thing with the Most High to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you.
You know, seeing it as a righteous thing, you know, and the Most High is for it, you know, but ones that trouble the apple of the Most High eye, you know, it's a righteous thing to return tribulation, you know, and it says in the book of Revelation, you know, we're gonna return double unto him, you know, because you know, they poured the afflictions upon us. They constantly promoting the ways of this world that are contrary to the Heavenly Father's ways. You know, you turn on the TV, they promote adultery, sodomy, abominable foods on every meal and everything. You know, along with turning on the news and all that. It's like not the news, but TV. You listen to the music and everything, and it's the same thing. They promote, you know, killing, stealing, adultery again. You know, it's everything that the Lord is not with. You know, everything is contrary to the law system and to the Heavenly Father.
This is Psalm 7 and 9. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the just. For the righteous God, Yahweh Shema Shai, trieth the hearts and the reins.
You know, pretty much, you know, let Esau Edom come to an end. You know, let his rulership come to the end. You know, bring forth the kingdom of heaven.
Psalm 7 and 9. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end.
You know, let the sins and transgressions and the abominations of the wicked come to an end. You know, let it come to a halt, to a cease. You know, and how is that going to come into play? You know, by way of these heathen, along with Esau Edom going into captivity. You know, being under subjection of righteousness. You know, learning the righteous way. You know.
It says, but establish the just. It says, for the righteous Yahweh by Shema Shai, for the righteous God, trieth the reins in the hearts.
You know, establish the righteous. You know, and
When it says that the Heavenly Father trieth the hearts, you know, the intent and desire of these Edomites is not to do good down here upon the earth. You see, but thou hast created men, you know, so the Heavenly Father has created men, you know, especially, you know, King David, which he is raising up the house of David to be after his heart, you know, to want to serve him and to establish, you know, his order and his way of life down here upon the earth. And this is why we're asking Yahweh Shema Shai to establish, you know, a righteous rulership. You see, because these Edomites have failed at the job of managing the planet Earth. Something for you. Unless you want something. This is Sirach 10. I'm sorry, 1. I'm reading down a couple verses. It says, a wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
you know, a wise judge. You know, you gotta understand. A wise judge is someone that's fearing the Heavenly Father. Because in order to obtain wisdom, you gotta fear the Heavenly Father first and foremost. You know, and he's gonna instruct his people. He's gonna instruct his people in the ways of, you know, the Heavenly Father's will, the Heavenly Father's law, statutes, commandments, how He wants it run upon the face of the earth.
Yep. Click on this way. This is Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 1. It says, hear therefore, O you kings, and understand, learn ye that be judges of the ends of the earth. And it's also you elites in these times, you know? You're the one in the power seat, the judgment seat. And you have power and influence to dictate how a society is ran. It says, give ear, ye that rule the people, and glory in the multitude of nations, for power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest. Who shall try your works and search out your counsel? You see, so Lord Yahweh Shema Shai, you know, Esau, he's failed all those tests, you know, to be proven to be a worthy king for the planet Earth. You see, and that's why, you know, as Scripture said, everything's out of course, because everything that Yahweh Shema Shai is deemed as righteous and holy, this man has done the opposite, you know, on purpose. He's purposely done these things. That was it in Wisdom of Solomon. We go back to Sirach. Yep. Verse 4 says, because being ministers of his kingdom, ye have not judged aright, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of Yahweh Shema Shai.
Being ministers, you're servants, you know, you're supposed to be servants to the people, you know, but you didn't walk after the ways of the Heavenly Father, you know, you didn't implement the law, statutes, commandments, you didn't govern the world righteously, you know, but you promoted the wickedness, you know, you uplift, you know, the ways that are contrary to the Bible, you know, to the Heavenly Father, you know.
Yeah, I'm saying, what's that saying? It's not what the country can do for you, what can you do for your country? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, what can you do for them? Like, they're supposed to be serving the people.
It says, horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places.
It's horribly and speedily, you know, quick that judgment that's going to come forth. You know, Heavenly Father's not going to play with you, you know. Ultimately, you're going to be annihilated, you know, because, like we just said, like, you're in that rulership seat, but you're not conducting business properly, you know. You're not doing what the Heavenly Father, the Heavenly Father's will, you know. You're your intent is not in the benefit of these other nations and the people, but it's pretty much after your own bellies and whatnot.
Yeah, so you gain. It says, horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places. It says, for mercy will soon pardon the meanest, meaning the average, right? But mighty men shall be mightily tormented. And that's going to come to you heathens. You see, it speaks about the rich man Lazarus, how the rich man lifted up his eyes in hell and in torment. You know, so like brother's been going into, a trading of places is coming. That was it. Yeah, I can eat pretty now, but you guys got anything you want to bring up? Okay. Yeah, can I read this real quick? This is Sirach 10, and I'm gonna read down verse 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are all his officers. In what manner a man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein. I'm reading it. You can bring it up, bro. It's Sirach 10 and 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are all his officers.
There's people he has set up underneath him that's gonna implement, the judgments and all that, and the ordinances of the land and everything.
It says, in what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
Like there's the king, so should be the people, But if the king is righteous, the people gonna be righteous. If the king is wicked, then the people gonna fall after that same likeness. But us stand up in great boldness, being believers and followers after Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai, we're fighting against this devil, because his ways are contrary to the Heavenly Father's ways.
When you look at the people, you can see that the people are very wicked. That's how you know the ones in the power seat who are pulling the strings behind the curtain are wicked as well. You see, that's what proves it. Verse 3, an unwise king destroyeth his people.
A king that doesn't fear Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai, unwise, he destroys his people by way of how he allows the citizens to conduct themselves in the kingdom, just out of order, and just pretty much confusion, being how he's running his kingdom, just pretty much confusion. You have like speaking on this kingdom, you have men that wear men that wear what pertaining to a woman, and women that wear pertaining to a man. The sodomy. Just some of the just an example to name.
But like counts in the scriptures where Jacob would have a lot of wicked kings, and what the people did, they fall right after them, and they just fall right on after them.
Yeah, King Saul is a great example of that. If he was in state of power, he would have left the full strength. It says, verse 3, but through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
Prudence, man, that looking well unto his goings, the city's going to be inhabited, it means it's going to continue to grow, because it says an unwise king, destroy his people, pretty much to be destroyed is ultimately going to lead them to their death, But a prudent man, he's constantly all going to look and see, all right, this is a good avenue to go. Stand clear of this avenue and whatnot. So on and so forth. But they're following the ways of Yahweh Shem Shah. That city's going to continue to grow and everything.
Right, the Lord's going to be with that city, with the inhabitants of that city, because they're doing righteousness. The Lord's face is against them that do evil. Verse 4 is the last verse. It says, the power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
Just like what you were saying before, the Lord's going to set one that's profitable. They set up King Saul, but King Saul didn't want to do the will of the Heavenly Father when it was time to slay all the Amalekites and all the cattle and all that. He kept the best of the cattle, and he kept the Amalekite king. His intent of serving Yahweh Shem Shah, he leaned upon his own understanding. And that was an action of rebellion. So they say rebellion is a sin of witchcraft. So ultimately his judgment was death. But the Lord set up King David, though, a man after his own heart. And, King David did Yahweh Shem Shah's will.
Let me bring this up. This is Psalm 75. And I'm going to start verse 6. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one and set up another.
That's ultimately what's being taking place now. Esau was promoted from from the Most High. From Yahweh Shem Shah. He was promoted to rule the earth. Yahweh Shem Shah set up the basis of men. But as the days go on, Esau's constantly being pulled out of power. And we're standing in great boldness because we're trying to earn that kingdom of heaven on the first go round. The Lord's ushering in that kingdom of heaven. And starting with has been of the Lord prophesying, and ushering the coming of Yahweh Shem Shah. From there it's gonna, as the prophecies move on, the kingdom's gonna come.
Yep, it says. I want to get a quick presentation of that. This is Sirach, chapter 10, back in the book of Sirach, chapter 10, verse 10. The physician cutteth off a long disease, and he that is today a king, tomorrow shall die.
Esau Edom is that disease in the earth, And Yahweh Shah, he's that physician. He's going to cut Esau Edom off. Today he's a king, but tomorrow he's going to perish. He's going to be subject unto slavery. After his captivity is up, he's going to be eradicated off the face of the earth.
This is Sirach 11:5. For many kings have sat down upon the ground, and one that was never thought of have borne the crown.
Yep, because when Samuel went to when the prophet Samuel he went to Jesse and all that, he went down the line of all the sons and all of that. And Yahweh Shem Shah said, look not on that outward man, because the Most High is looking at the intent of the man, So he went to the youngest. He went to King David, because his intent, his mind was after Yahweh Shem Shah, to do his will.
Yep. And Esau Edom, is about to be that king that's about to sit upon the ground. You see, in the Israelites, who you American people, look at as the lowest of the low, the scum of the earth, to be haters, to be spewing hate. Well, little do you know that Yahweh Shem Shah is about to set us up. Lord's willing to power that number to be the kings of the planet Earth. We're going to put you heathens, under subjection and hardcore bondage. This is what's coming for you, whether you want to believe it or not. We don't really care if you believe it, because the day is coming. This is back in Psalms 75. I'm going to read verse 7 again and read down to verse 8. And that's the point. It says, but Yahweh is the judge. He put down one and set up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poured out of the same, but the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall bring them out and drink them.
You know, y'all watching y'all shy is the judge. You know, they're the ones that put Esau, Edom in the power seat. You know, and all these other nations when they had their time to rule, they was in that power seat. You know, but it's a cup, and that cup is going into you know, these curses and everything. You know, and these other nations going to partake in these curses and everything. You know, it's the trading the places.
That was it on that. Yeah, I want to say that cup. You know, speaking of like a cup of Yahweh Shema Shai.
I tried to give.
You know, the cup of trembling. You know, which is ultimately, you know, captivity, the curses like brothers been going into. You know, and we speak about the dregs. You know, that's the bottom. That's the bitterness. You know, meaning no mercy is going to be shown to you. You know, you ain't going to be able to take one sip and be like, all right, well, that was harsh. You know, you have to drink all of it. You know? Anything else you guys want to bring up?
What was you just saying?
I was reading Psalm 75.
Jeremiah, also prophecy. 30 and 16, it says, therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured. All thy adversaries, every one of them shall go into captivity.
You know, everyone, you know, that's devouring us, you know, taking advantage of us, they're going to be taken advantage of. You know, everyone, you know, they're going to go into captivity. It's like they're going to be the ones. But they're going to be the ones that's going into captivity. You know, it's going to be that exchange, that transition of power. You know, and the captivity is going to entail, you know, the hard bondage and labor. You know.
Yeah, because we just read earlier the nations heard it and cried. None of them, you know what I'm saying, lifted up a finger and told Esau no. Right? They know what happened. They may have spoken on it like that dude from the Philippines or Putin, but they didn't do anything about it. So when it's time for recompense to happen, all of them are going to go into captivity, man. Because no one lifted up a finger that said, no, don't do that. You know who they are. Leave them alone. Let them be. It's like America tries to portray. Going to other countries and say, no, you can't do this. You know? Jeremiah 30 and 16 says, therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy adversaries, every one of them shall go into captivity. Going back to drinking the dregs of the cup. It says, and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil, and all they that prey upon thee will I give for a prey.
You know, all that prey upon it, all the nations that plot against you, especially Esau, Edom, you know, they're gonna be for a prey. They're gonna be you know, they're gonna be the ones that's
That preyed upon, taken advantage of.
They're gonna be the ones that have to endure all our thoughts that we get.
Hey, look, man, just like back here probably about months ago, they had to call the cops to get this Judite woman off of Moab, man. She called in and was like, yeah, you know, how much are your services? And it was like, oh, this is $10. So okay, came in, got the service done. She about to pay. Oh, it's $15. And Jake lost it, man. Jake lost it. They sell these shops and all these things, and just took advantage of Jake, man.
And that's illegal, man. It's called bait and switch, you know. So this thing, yeah, it's going for y'all preying upon us and all that. I'm gonna prey upon y'all, you know.
That wouldn't happen to an Edomite. That wouldn't happen to one of their, you know what I'm saying, their people.
I had walked in the store with a brother one day, and he had an eye issue and everything. What was the issue? Man, he took advantage of the brother and all that. Brother had bought 2 apple juices, and the thing came up to $15. And hey, brother, it's supposed to come up to $10, and it's supposed to come up to $6. So he had to give him the money back.
That was something, man. Oh, no. We got to break it down. It says, Jeremiah 30:16, because every one of them shall go into captivity, and they that spoil these shall be spoiled, which means to rob. What have they robbed? Nationalities, lands. All right? Look, our people. They stole everything, man. It says, and all that prey upon you will I give for a praise.
You know, how have they preyed upon us? You know, they came into our households and broke into families and all that. Put the woman above the man. You know, gave her gifts and all that to where she don't even need the man. You know? So, well, we ain't giving y'all gifts, but we're going to come in there and we're going to break up everything and cause confusion among y'all households as well, you know? Along with y'all being brought into captivity and all that, you know? Y'all going to be spoiled. What y'all think y'all have is going to belong to us because y'all going to belong to us.
Slaves are only.
Come.
They gotta pay tribute. This is Isaiah 60:14. It says, "The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee. All they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet, and they shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion, the Holy One of Israel."
You know, it's gonna get to that point where now y'all gonna have to
Acknowledge.
Yeah, acknowledge us and what's the name? And y'all new rulers and all that. It's time for y'all to pay homage. It's time for y'all to come in subjection. Well, that time is gonna come where y'all gonna be in subjection of us. And you know, y'all have to worship us. Y'all gonna have to y'all gonna have to get in. Y'all gonna have to roll with our.
We're setting up.
Yeah, we're setting up, you know, because the nation that don't, you know, we're gonna bring them before Yahweh Shem Shah, and we're gonna slay them. The nation that doesn't want to serve us.
That was it.
One time about the show.
Yep, this is Isaiah 60:14. It says, "The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee, and they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet." And I mean, they're gonna be brought very low. You know?
They're talking about to humble themselves.
You know, we've been the ones that have been brought low, the lowly. You know, we've had to come bending onto you Edomites, asking you for assistance. You know, loans.
128.
Yep. So these things are going to come upon you. You know, we are going to be the lenders, and you are going to be the borrower. And the borrower is servant unto the lender. You see? This is Isaiah 60:14. It says, "The sons also of them that afflicted thee." You see, who afflicted us obviously is Esau, Edom. You know, they're the ones that have afflicted us. They're the ones, and they're the ones, you know, that are is the reason why Jake is such in a low estate that they are in today. You see? It says, "And they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet, and shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion, and of the Holy One of Israel."
You know, they're going to be the ones that finally acknowledge that we're Zion, the monument of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. The true princes of the power, you know, not the small heads. You know, so they're gonna come humbly, and they're gonna be willing to serve, you know, or they're gonna be slain, you know, for not choosing to serve Yahweh Bashem Yahushua and his chosen people.
Yeah, I'm reading number verse 12. This is what he said. It says, verse 12, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
You know, it's a judgment for you. You're going to be deleted, you know, because you know, not serving the Heavenly Father, you know, and doing the law, statutes, commandments, you know, because the nation of Israel not doing that, you know, that's sin, and the wages of sin is death. And when we're in rulership, we're going to implement the law, statutes, commandments upon all the nations. So for y'all to choose not to serve and follow the law, statutes, commandments, you know, that's y'all judgment, you know, being deleted.
Can you get Matthew's 24 and start verse 36, and they hold St. Mark 13. Because you know, brothers are watching, the brothers are paying attention. You know, this is the year of Yahweh Shema Shai turning up. You know, every day, you know, brothers can do a news and prophecy. There's a lot of things going on. Get on, hold on, get St. Luke 12, you know, 34. There's a lot going on. You know, we should be watching. You know, we should be standing upon our watch and giving the people warning. You know, like the Lord said, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore, hear the word at my mouth and give them warning from me. You know, we gotta let the world know that Yahweh Shema Shai is about to bring heavy judgment, so the blood can be off of our hands. You see, you got it.
This is Luke chapter 12, verse 34. It says,
oh yeah, that's like the good one. That's talking about treasure. Yeah, you see that. That's just good.
Okay. This is Luke chapter 12, verse 34. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also.
You see, where your treasure is, you know, her saying this week, you know, that maybe remember this scripture. You know, I can't really remember it now, but it says, where your treasure is, they have a saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know, and to us, wisdom is glorious. And we understand that wisdom, you know, is, you know, meaning equals us going into our glory, you know, which is the kingdom of heaven. You see, and we look at the wisdom, the ways of Yahweh Shema Shai as a beautiful thing. And that's why our mind is constantly upon the riches of the promises of Yahweh Shema Shai. You see, really getting up?
This is Luke 12 and 34.
Tuesday, Thursday.
It says, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also.
Yeah, where your treasure is, what you hold to be beautiful. You know, as they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. A majority of our people who are wicked, you know, that are bound down to the so-called white man today, whether you want to believe it or not, you know, because that's what you're doing. You know, either you can stand in great boldness with us, or you can bow down. You know, they have a saying, you know, I'd rather die on my feet than to live on my knees. And that's what a majority of our people are doing. They're living on their knees, serving Esau Edom, and living after his ways. You see? But what's beautiful in our eyes are the ways of Yahweh Shema Shai. Yahweh Shema Shai, you know, is where this wisdom, this knowledge is where our mind is constantly upon.
Sirach 29 and 11. Lay up thy treasure according to the commandments of the Most High.
Yeah, so we understand that when you work, you get paid. So our works are in righteousness. And we understand that there's going to be a payment, a reward for doing righteousness. So we are committing acts of righteousness, with the intent of laying up ourselves treasures, rewards in the kingdom of heaven. I was speaking to someone today. What we're doing, more than anything, we're fighting for a name in the world to come. A glory. That's what brothers are fighting for. And this is why no matter what comes upon us, we can't give up. Go ahead, bring something on.
Sirach 29 and 11. Lay up thy treasure according to the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold.
Yeah, you keep these commandments, you keep the will of Yahweh Shema Shai, and have faith in Him. The profit and gold that these people are laboring for, is going to be nothing compared to the mercy that we are going to receive. Because that's what we need, the mercies of Yahweh Shema Shai. And those who are of a humble and contrite spirit and remorseful for the things that they have done, those are the ones that are going to receive mercy. You see, and that's what we're fighting for. Mercies from Yahweh Shema Shai. While the rest of the world, they're fighting for their stay, their rest here in America. You see, which is going to be destroyed by thermonuclear destruction. Good.
Luke 12.
Yep.
This is Luke 12 and 34. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Let your loins be girded about, and your light and your lights burning.
Yeah, so let the loins, let your loins be girded about. Speaking of the loins of your mind, the loins of your mind have to be girded with this truth. Have to be ready to fight off temptation, to fight off evil spirits, to fight off, things that are trying to lead you astray off this path. But you have to have your lamps burning, this truth, Yahweh Shai, so we can be guided in the midst of this valley of shadow of death. You see? So we have to keep, Yahweh Shai and His ways constantly upon our minds, so we don't go astray.
Verse 35, let your loins be girded about, and your lights burning, and let yourselves light unto men, and let ye yourselves light unto men that wait for their Lord.
And ye yourselves like men that wait for their Lord. You see? So we have to be as men that wait for our Lord. As we are His servants. You see? And we are here to serve Yahweh Shema Shai, and as we wait, right? That's as a waiter, right? We're watching. Look at that word wait in the online etymology. It goes back into watch. We're watching to see what the Lord, wants to be done. And we go out on the highways and hedges and let it be known. You see? Keep reading.
It says, when He will return from the wedding, that when He cometh and knocketh, they may open unto Him immediately.
That's right. That union between us and Yahweh Shai and the Heavenly Father is being established now. You see, and when Yahweh Shai comes to knock, we gotta be ready. When the Lord, makes His second return, when things start to shake in the earth, this wisdom and knowledge is what's gonna keep us stable. So we get ready now. We don't want to wait to get ready. Wait for all hell to break loose. Wait until it's too late. What are you waiting for? Here it is. They tell you that our recession is coming, but yet you American people are still lollygagging. Yet you Jakes, you refuse to hearken. A recession, that's nothing. Anarchy is going to be in the streets. Keep reading up.
Verse 36 again says, and ye yourselves like unto men that wait for their Lord, when he will return from the wedding, that when he cometh and knocketh, they may open unto him immediately. Blessed are those servants whom Yahweh Bashim is like. Blessed are those servants whom the Lord, when he cometh, shall find watching.
That's right. Because you watching, you know, for the prophecy shows Yahweh Shema Shai your excitement. You know, you make plans with someone and say, hey, this is what we're doing. We come over their crib to, you know, to see if they're ready. They don't got nothing ready. They're not prepared. Well, that surprise that you promised them, they obviously were not excited for it. You know, as brother said, you know, our people weren't excited for the promise that the Heavenly Father said will befall them when they were in the wilderness. You know, they didn't think it was going to be better than their lives. You see, in Egypt, and our people don't think America is it's going to be they don't think the kingdom of heaven is going to be better than their lives here in America, because this is all they've known. You see?
Verily I say unto you, that he shall gird himself and make them to sit down to meat, and will come forth and serve them.
All right, go down. Go ahead.
And if he shall come in the second watch, or come in the third watch, and find them so, blessed are those servants.
So no matter what, no matter though it tarry, we gotta continue to wait. Well, I'm tired of the wait. You know, well that's not, you're in the wrong spirit. You know, our righteous forefathers, they long to see this day that we see. You know, look, I mean, do you not understand that we are literally at the end? You know, this lifetime, in our lifetime, you know, Yahweh Shah is gonna come back. You know, so this is, you know, while we have this grace spirit, we cannot be taking this grace spirit for granted. You see, this is being done for the controversy of Zion. You know, you heathens are going down for what you've done unto the Lord's chosen people. You know, and you Jakes that refuse to hearken to the program, you know, we ain't gonna bat an eye. We ain't gonna shed a tear when you niggas start dropping like flies. You know? Go ahead.
It says, it's like verse 39. It says, yeah, Luke 12 and 39. And this know that if the good man of the house had known what hour the thief would come.
Yeah, the thief being Yahweh Shai. You know, so if you would have known, if you know exactly what hour Yahweh Shai would come back, right, go ahead.
It says he would have watched and not have suffered his house to be broken through.
Yeah, because little do you know how close it is. The salvation of the Lord is nearer than what we believe. You know, so it's close. We believe it's close, so it's even closer than that. We see how quickly things turn, you know, during the years of 2020. The apostles and the elders, you know, they got a glimpse of how quickly, how much one day can change your lives here in America as you know it. Like the other apostle Ricard like to say, any day now, and this thing is gonna blow up. You know, and he said that for he's been saying that for a while, but that's still sticking in my mind. You know, knowing that, you know, these words are faithful and true. Read on to 41.
I was going to say, this news article that I seen pop up on North Korea, watching missiles, U.S. and everything.
Yep. So you got Kim Jong-un, right? That's his name. Dropping bombs, ICBM nuclear missiles, you know, near Babylon the Great again. You know, getting ready. How do you think they got their citizens eating dog food, but they got all this money just to be shooting missiles? You know, that tells you they are preparing for war. Get that in Joel 3 and 11. Go ahead.
Luke chapter 12, verse 40. Be ye therefore ready also, for the Son of Man cometh in an hour, it's like cometh at an hour when ye think not.
Yeah, and that can't be us. You know? That can't be us that takes our eyes off the prize, that stops watching, you know, and the Lord come upon us unawares. You know, we gotta be ready. So when he comes, as soon as he knocks, we may open the door. You know? We can't be all laid in our beds chilling, you know, taking a nap while the Lord, you know, is about to come and knock at the door. You see? Go ahead.
It says, then Peter said unto him, Lord, speakest thou this parable unto us, or even to all?
Yeah, and Peter asked him, and we read the rest of the chapter, he goes into reiterate exactly what he said. He said, Lord, get Mark 13:37. He said, Lord, speakest thou unto this parable unto us only, unto all? And we're about to see the, you know, because you have the different accounts, you know, of, you know, this commentary from Yahweh Shai, right? From the different men that were around him. Yep.
So Mark chapter 13, verse 37. And what I say unto you, I say unto all.
And watch, right? You get what he says unto us, well, he says unto all. You see, watch as well as pray. And what are we watching for? You got to something, Maria? Yeah, go ahead.
1 Thessalonians 5 and 6. Therefore, let us not sleep as do others.
Yeah. What are we watching for? We're watching for the prophecies of Yahweh Shema Shai. But a majority of our people, you know, are asleep. And we cannot be as those that sleep, you know, that slumber, you know, that are being lazy, you know, with this grace period that we've been given. You see? Read again.
1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 6. Therefore, let us not sleep as do others, but let us watch and be sober.
But let us watch, you know, continue to watch for the prophecies and be sober-minded. What does it mean to be sober-minded? You know, when you drink in the middle of the night, it's easy for you to pass out and go to sleep. You know, they say, what, this is my night quill. You know, speaking of alcohol, you know, well, we are in the, you know, we are coming up into the darkest hour, you know, and a lot of enchantments, you know, are going out to sway you off the path. You know, 2020 was filled of get-rich schemes, you know, and a lot of our people, you know, by the cares and affairs of this world, you know, the words of Yahweh Shema Shai are going to be choked out of you, to where you're not going to be fruitful. You're no longer going to be speaking the truth because you're too occupied, you know, in other things that don't matter. You see? So we have to be sober-minded, understand what the goal is, and that is salvation. What's the definition?
Sober-minded. There you go. Sober-minded, sober-headed, adjective, characterized by seriousness and lack of excess.
Yeah, adjective. You know, a word that describes, right? So, this is describing, you know, us being sober is describing how we should be. You know, what does it characterize? What? The seriousness?
Characterized by seriousness.
Yep.
And lack of excess.
And lack of excess. You know, being content. You know, being content with what we have. What up? Come on, let's get this.
This is Luke 21 and 34. It says, and take heed to yourselves lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting.
Yep, so take heed, mean examine yourself. The things that you're speaking, we gotta make sure we're living up to this word. You see? So we have to take heed to ourselves. The thing that we're telling, Jake to do, Jake to watch for, we have to be watching for. We have to be ready for it. You see? So that word at least means to prevent or to avoid the risk of, our minds being overcharged with surfeiting. And that's that excess feeling, of drinking too much wine. Too much wine. I was this Jake at the job today. He was listening to some nigga music, and I could hear it so faintly. I just started thinking about the craziest things. I was just like, damn, that is a heavy spell. You'd be like, why am I even thinking about this old scenario? Those are the enchantments that are constantly going forth here in Babylon the Great. You see, which we cannot let ourselves be drunk by it. Because when you're drunk, your judgment is off. Brothers wonder why they keep making bad decisions. Well, you ain't here with the power source. You see, your judgment is impaired because you've been taking on too much wine, of Babylon the Great, too much pollution. And that's why we must get into these scriptures daily in 2 Corinthians 4:16, because these scriptures is what washes our mind from the filth and the pollution of this world. 4:16. Yep. We'll go back.
2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 16. For which cause we faint not, but though our outward man perish, yet the inward man is renewed day by day.
That's right, the inward man, our minds must be renewed day by day, because a lot of deception is going forth. A lot of left-handed magic and pseudo lying wonders are going forth in the earth. A lot of deception. So we must continue to be renewed in the spirit of our minds. Satan is on, these people in the world to try to take you out of the truth. So we do have grace, but we do not use our grace as an occasion to the flesh. You see, we're here to use this grace spirit to do the flesh. You see, in the follow after Yahweh Shema Shai with all our mind. That was it.
Yeah, let's use 1:16, right?
Yeah, read it again.
2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 16. For which cause we faint not, but though... 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 16. For which cause we faint not, but though our outward man perish, yet the inward man is renewed day by day.
That's why brothers gotta be reading. Brothers gotta be watching the videos. Because this is a refresher. You can watch videos all day, but what you consume as us being, coming into being kings, what we consume in our day-to-day lives, right? Must be that which is going to benefit us in this walk of ours. Go back to Luke.
Luke 21, verse 34. Take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life.
That's right, and the cares of this life, right? You stop hanging out with the brothers, you start hanging out with a whole bunch of investment bankers, right? They got all these ways to make money. They got special meetings you gotta go to. And you're making all this money, and you start forgetting about Yahweh Shema Shai. Or you start, dealing with a lot of women, and you forget about your first love, which is just truth. Yahweh Shema Shai. You see, you should call about the cares of this life. Go ahead.
It says, your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and the cares of this life, And so that the day come upon you unawares.
Yeah, the day of Yahweh Shema Shai is going to come upon a lot of our people unawares. You see, when they least expect it. Why? Because they are not watching. Ultimately, because they are drunk. You see, they are asleep. They don't know what the hell is going on. You had a lot of people asking, what did this dude Kyrie Irving even do? What did he say? You know, they said it's anti-Shemitic, right? To say that these small hats own everything. Well, it's anti-Mashiach to run society as you do, and to push your doctrine upon the world. You know, and we're gonna see who got more influence in the earth. We're gonna see who got more power. You know, whether it's you small hats or it's Yahweh Shai, because he is greatly offended on how you heathens have been conducting yourself down here upon the planet Earth. And he's upset with you, two-thirds of you heathens, two-thirds of you Jakes as well. So we'll see.
Says,
That's what you bring out? Or you bring out?
Says verse 35, for as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the earth.
Exactly. These elites think they're doing something. These elites think that they're the ones snaring people, trapping them up. But the king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. As the rivers of water, he turneth it wheresoever he will. You niggas are just puppets. You know? On this world stage. You see? Yahweh Shema Shai, he's the director. He's the one giving the orders out. You see? This is his day that's coming. This is the day of the Lord that's coming. This ain't the day of the Edomites. Right? We're going to tell the world about the day of Yahweh Shema Shai. That's going to come as a snare, as a trap. You know, for the majority of our people. And a lot of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans are going to die a gruesome death here in America. Go ahead.
It says, watch ye therefore and pray always.
Watch ye therefore and pray always, because you don't want to be caught in this judgment. I was talking to a brother, he was like, you know, he was giving me counsel. He was like, you don't want the Lord, you know, have you out here getting eaten to death. You get eaten alive and shit. I was just like, I know this brother was being lighthearted, but you know, that dead ass what can happen. Like that is literal reality. You know? So we gotta watch as well as pray. This is not an option. These are things that we must do. We gotta constantly pray to Yahweh Shema Shai for strength. You know, for the courage to keep moving forward, because we can't do it on our own. You know, you can't eat foods to make you feel better. You know, you can't listen to music to give you the motivation. You know, when your thoughts, you know, are constantly being attacked. We're constantly under fire. We're behind enemy lines. Danger is on every side. So we have to be on guard, watching out for the danger, and calling out to our power, Yahweh Shema Shai, to protect us.
It says, watch ye therefore and pray always, that ye may be accounted worthy to escape all these things that shall come to pass, and to stand before the Son of Man.
That's right, the famine, the hail that's coming, the civil unrest. We want to be accounted worthy because we see, you know, a prudent man perceive the evil, and he's going to hide himself, right? But the simple are going to pass on and be punished. You see, so we are hiding ourselves in the name of Yahweh Shema Shai, in the reputation of the Lord, which is that strong tower. And in order for us to stay in the house, we got to follow the rules of the house. You see, we got to follow the things that Yahweh Shema Shai has commanded us to do. Now more than ever. You see? Yes, sir?
This is Ephesians 5. This is Ephesians 5 and 17.
Start 14.
Yes, sir. Ephesians 5 and 14. Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest.
Yeah, awake, awake. You know, put on a nice drink. You know, and honestly, I don't get mad at Jake for being fucking wicked. We understand that Yahweh Shemal Shai, they got, you know, they gotta rack up them charges. Keep it coming. You know, when we say we are not going to bat an eye, shed a tear for you, Jakes, when all hell starts breaking loose, but you don't understand how Yahweh Shimon Shai is putting a cold spear upon his men, family members. You know, you know, that's the brother's mindset. We can't bug out when judgments start going out. When Jake just being jacked up. Jake is wicked. You know, Jake might seem all nice. Be around Jake for 5 minutes and see how wicked they actually are. Hear the kind of conversation and filth that comes out of their mouths. And how they conduct themselves on the day-to-day. You see? And here we are, you know, week in and week out, telling the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans to wake up or be destroyed. We don't care. Go ahead.
Ephesians 5 and 17, 14. Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead.
Yeah, arise from out of the ways and customs of these heathens. You know? The man that you wandered out of the way of understanding. You are lost. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans don't know nothing about what's going on today. You're completely lost. You know? And you're too proud to admit it. You know, and that's why Yahweh Shemal Shai is going to cause a famine to come. Heavy judgment. Go ahead.
Proverbs 21 and 16. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding.
Yeah, the man, speaking of the Israelite man, he's wandered out off the path of righteousness. Go ahead.
Proverbs 21 and 16. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead.
That's right. You're going to remain here in Babylon the Great to be destroyed, to be missile food. You see? Because right now is the time for you to rise up. You know? For you to shake off, you know, the confusion and come into who we are as the sons of God. You see, you got a badass little kid, but you got inheritance to give 2 sons. You're gonna give the badass little kid the inheritance? No. You can give the son that you know that's gonna help forward your will. You know, when you give him this inheritance. You see? Go ahead. Any more?
In Ephesians, yes. It reads on, Ephesians 5 and 14. Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Mashiach shall give thee light.
Yeah, Mashiach, Yahweh Shai, the Messiah, is going to give us light. He's going to give us understanding. He's going to show us the path, right? Where we ought to walk down, what we ought to be doing, how we're supposed to be conducting ourselves. He's going to wake us up out of this deep state, this deep sleep that we've been in. He's going to show us the path of righteousness. You see? And that's what he's doing with this knowledge, with this truth. Go ahead.
Reads on, verse 15.
We're reading the Bible.
Ephesians 5 and 15. See then that you walk circumspectly.
Yes, see then. You know, as we walk down this path of righteousness, you know, following the light, we gotta be walking circumspectly, knowing that darkness is all around us. You see, in the moment you take your eyes off the truth, you are going into the path of darkness. You see? So we have to be walking circumspectly. You know, keeping our eyes, aware of what's going on, right? Knowing of the dangers, the wiles of the devil, the trickery, right? Go ahead.
It reads on, verse 15. See then that you walk circumspectly.
Go ahead.
See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools.
Not as fools, not as one that doesn't fear the commandments of Yahweh Shema Shai. If you don't fear these commandments, you don't fear the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you can just do whatever you want. And Esau has pushed a vibration where you don't have to fear the God of the Bible. You just gotta love him. And you people don't love, you know, he that is evil to himself, to whom shall he be good? You niggas don't love your families. You know, if you did, you wouldn't be pushing paganism upon them. You wouldn't be pushing abominable foods upon them. You wouldn't allow them to walk out, you know, like that in the street. Bunch of, you know, harlots.
Since she did,
Fuck her.
she threw a middle finger up.
Yeah. I claim her daughter too. And she gonna work in the fields. Go ahead.
It reads on, verse 15.
Cause she knows she wrong. This place has low morals, low values. You can do whatever you want here in America. You know what I mean?
So, yo.
What up, boss? Keep reading.
Reads on, verse 15. See then that
If you're offended by the truth, that's you. That's your problem. You gotta examine yourself. If you get offended by the words coming out of the holy book, right? That's a you problem. That's a you and the Yahweh Shema Shai. You gotta take that with the Lord. You know, our King has you know, is on a long journey. He sent us into the world. You know, with a message how America is going to be destroyed by thermonuclear destruction. But before its destruction is going to be a great civil unrest, a great famine, the collapse of society, World War III. You see? And if you got a problem with that, you got to take over with the king. We're just the messengers. His army is coming. That's what we hear tell the Lord. The armies of heaven is on the way. And you can either bow down and submit, you know, if you're a Jake, because the Lord has prepared the heathens for the slaughter. Keep reading.
reads on, Ephesians 5 and 15. See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time because the days are evil.
Yeah, so we gotta be judged. We gotta be judges of the time that we are in. We gotta be judging these times. You see, measuring the time, knowing that they are evil, right? And things, and with evil time, what does that mean? Heavy judgment is gonna go forth. If niggas are being evil and wicked, don't you think judgment is gonna follow? That's the formula of Yahweh Shema Shai. When wickedness comes, judgment follows. You know? Judgment for the wickedness that they have been doing. And there's no escaping it. You peons, you average Americans are nothing. You're unimportant. You don't even, you not, you know? You're a waste of space. Yahweh Shema Shai has no purpose for you but to be fuel for the fire, for that missile food. Keep reading.
Verse 17, wherefore be ye not unwise, but understanding what the will of the Lord is.
That's right. So we can't be unwise. We can't walk off the path of righteousness. You know, following after our own hearts, what we feel to be best. Right? You have to understand what the will of Yahweh Shema Shai is. You gotta understand that the God of the Bible has a controversy with this landmass of America. You know, he has a controversy, you know, with the inhabitants of the earth. You got Isaiah 13? Yeah, let's first got precepts to bring out. Yeah, go ahead and get your precepts.
Verse 18, be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess.
Yeah, don't be drunk. Don't be drunk off this world. Yeah, you women, you can walk down the street, you know, docile, phone in the hand, not looking up for 20 minutes. You know, for now, you know, you can do these things now. You can walk by the prophets of Yahweh Shemal Shai and think your little thoughts and mock and scoff, you know, all in the comment boards and send condescending questions. You can do all these things right now. You know, you can be drunk all you want, but you're rioting in the daytime when you're supposed to be working towards your salvation. You're pissing away your only chance of mercy from Yahweh Shemal Shai. You see? So read it again up.
Ephesians 5 and 18. And be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess, but be filled with the Spirit.
But be filled. You know what I mean? Like some meal. You know, they can be filled off of alcohol and liquor. You know, the philosophies and ways of this world. Or you can be drunk. Or you can be filled, right? By this new wine. And wine is supposed to make the heart merry. You know, you're supposed to drink wine and get happy. Well, that's what we have done. Happy is the man that findeth wisdom. We have found this new wine, right? And we have drunk of this wine. You see, and now we have become happy. You see, we understand that Yahweh Shemal Shai, you know, is about to return. You see, it said his kingdom, his dominion, his authority in the earth. And this is why we come out here, you know. We don't really got nothing better to do. What the hell is there doing, Babylon? Sit on the couch, eyes glued to a damn TV screen, watching benching Netflix, benching TV, you know, getting some box by some defiled women, shameless women, eating defiled food. What is there really to do? There's nothing to do here in America. You people are everybody in America got some type of element, but yet they're walking around all proud. You know? Good. Yeah, any more? Okay, get your precepts more. Yeah, get your couple precepts.
This is Proverbs chapter 22, verse 3. A prudent man perceiveth the evil and hideth himself.
And that's what we are. You know, we're the prudent. And what has made us wise? Y'all, we didn't get wise by ourselves. No. Are you an idiot? Nah, we got wise because Yahweh Shemal Shai has sent down upon us His Holy Spirit, the understanding of the true wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You see? So the prudent man, you know, a man that looketh well to his going, like the brother broke it down earlier, you know, he's going to have the foresight. He's going to have the vision, right? He's a visionary to be able to see how America is conducting themselves. It is not too good. You see how the average American, how you Israelites are living your life down here upon the earth. A judgment gotta come. Especially when you read these scriptures and you read about what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah. You read what was going on before the times of the flood. You see, so we can foresee that the same things are going to happen because we understand that Yahweh Shemal Shai is alive and well. You see? Like brothers like to say, He's living and breathing as we speak. Okay? Because He's speaking through us. You think it's just our words? Nah, the Lord got the angels working on our minds, giving us the strength to come out here week in and week out. Okay?
Proverbs 22 and 3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
The simple, they just gonna pass on. You know? Just lolly-lolly, y'all. Not knowing what the hell is going on here in America. You know? How dare he say he's gonna go DEFCON 3? How dare he say it? You know? But these people don't know anything. You know, and they have a thing, how people hate ignorant people. You should hate yourself. You know, you should hate your best friend Mike, because he don't know anything either. You see? Read it again. It said, I'm sorry. Get your next precept out.
Yeah.
It said the simple pass on and are punished, and that punishment is coming.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 8, he says, for he that sowed to his flesh, Galatians 6 and 8, it says, for he that sowed to his flesh shall reap corruption, but he that soweth to the spirit of the spirit shall reap everlasting. Shall reap life everlasting.
That's right. So if you're living out here upon the earth, with your intent to only please yourself, to do things that are beneficial unto you, to do things that are only pleasing for yourself and not pleasing towards Yahweh Shema Shai. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong, with drinking, having a drink, chilling, right? But you sow to your flesh, through your actions, more than that. How you handle a situation when someone cuts you off on the road. You see, that's you, and you overreact. That's you sowing to your flesh. How you react when some nigga step to you in the grocery store. Until you move out the way. That, all those things, how you react. If you don't react spiritually, right, those things are going to lead to you reaping corruption. You're going to start waxing worse and worse. You see, but we all slip, we all fall, but we have to get up and continue to work our salvation with fear and trembling. Sowing in righteousness that we may reap in mercy. You see?
It says, verse 9, it says, and let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not.
That's right. When it comes to doing that which is good, niggas don't get tired of doing that which is wicked, right? So when it comes to doing that which is good, we can't get tired. We can't get tired of taking the load, suffering. We can't become spiritless, faint-hearted from catching persecution. You see, it says, be not weary in well-doing. You see, because the season for us to reap is coming. The heathens, nothing, when these heathens, have labor for it, nothing's going to be left. You see, nothing's going to be left for them here. It's going to be all destroyed. It's going to be all dissolved.
So verse 10,
But I use mine.
is, we have therefore opportunity, let us do good unto all men, especially unto them who are the household of faith.
That's right. It says, while we have opportunity, let us do good. And what's the good that we're doing? Preaching the word. Warning our people. Showing brotherly love. You see? To the household of faith. Sending out these spiritual epistles to edify, to exhort. To motivate brothers to continue in the faith. You see, no matter what we go through. Right?
So Galatians 13 and Galatians 6 and 10, it says, as we have therefore opportunity, let us do good unto all men, especially unto them who are of the household of faith.
That's right, especially amongst the believers. How do we do good by giving up our sacrifice, by pushing these lessons, right? Pushing the words of Yahweh Shema Shai. Get your next precept up. Romans 13. Are you about to bring that up? Romans 13. Yeah, precept didn't bring out your line.
I need to Romans 13.
Get your precept. Let your brothers get your precepts. Whoever got them theirs.
Mine is passed. I just got the shit done.
It says, the last part that you just said,
You know how it goes.
yeah, I got it. This one, the last part you talking about doing work. So this is Matthew 6 and 19. lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal.
Yeah, because everyone's going to receive a reward for their labors, and no one can steal the reward from the righteous. You see, as long as they continue upon their path, no matter what type of trickery Esau, Edom, and deception he tries to push, you know, when it comes in the time of judgment for the righteous to receive their reward, they're going to receive it. You see, he's not going to be a thief to rob our inheritance or diminish our inheritance. You see, that's why we have to continue upon the path that Yahweh Shema Shai, you know, has prepared for us.
It says, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also.
Read next verse.
It says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single.
Yeah, the light of the body, right, is the eye. Meaning, what you have constantly upon your mind, that's what you're going to be constantly thinking upon. You know, what you deem, you know, as of importance, you know, is going to be constantly upon your mind, and Yahweh Shai is that light upon our minds.
It says Matthew 6 and 22. It says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light.
That's right. So you have to be single-minded. You know, you must have tunnel vision in this truth. You know, understanding what the prize is, understanding what the bigger picture is, not getting distracted by everything. On guard of the temptation, but yet not falling for the temptations. You see? Go ahead.
It says, verse 23, but if thine eye be evil, but if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness.
That's right, if your eyes, right, if your tunnel vision upon wickedness, you know, and feeding the flesh, right, your whole body, your whole mind is going to be defiled. You know? Look at these jakes. Finish out that verse.
It says, verse 23, but if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness?
Yeah. How great is that darkness? I got first up bring out. Can you get Romans 13 and 11? Read on down a couple verses.
This is Romans 13 and 11. And that, knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than when we believed.
And a lot of our people, they don't want salvation. You know? If they understood that us, what is salvation entail? Us being saved from our enemies. Right? Because we, the nation of Israel, we have enemies. You see? Read it again.
Romans 13 and 11. And that, knowing the time.
Yeah, now that we know the time, we've been measuring the times diligently within themselves, right? Within the Holy Scriptures, we've been, within the Holy Scriptures is how we measure the times. You see?
Second Ezra 9 and 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself. And when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before.
Yeah, the angels told him, right? He said, measure thou the times diligently within themselves. I mean, we have to be diligently searching out these scriptures, right? Diligently, you know, being occupied in prophecies, right? The mysteries, the things that are for said to come, and watching for them. You see, because then when you watch for them, then you're gonna have to understand. Oh, damn. You know, if it was prophecy about the third woe, right? We understand that World War I, II, and III would happen. If only the first woe happened, right? The second woe didn't happen. Then we know that yes, the Lord's coming back, but it's not gonna be until the second woe is here and gone in the third woe. You know, it's being spoken about. But we are already at the end. You know, we have fast forward to the end of this movie. You see, now we're giving you the recaps of what happened. You know, we gotta catch you up to what's going on. You know, and what we're telling you is to watch, and you're about to see the salvation of Yahweh Shema Shai and the destruction that he's going to bring upon his enemies. Yep. Anybody ever see Black Adam?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Well, this happens and then that happens.
It's only in movies.
Yeah. The body see it? You see it yet? Black Adam?
I can't go to the movie. If it's on a streaming platform, I'm definitely catch it.
Yeah. Well, let me spoil alert. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. Yeah. But Yahweh Shai, he about to sit upon that throne. I'll say it like that. Go ahead.
This is Romans 13 and 11. And that, knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep.
And that knowing the time, right? That now it is high time. Something that should have been done a very long time ago. When you first find out about the truth, you look at all the men that push and they got all this wisdom and knowledge and experience. You're like, damn, I have to catch up now. You see? And I have even less time than they had. You see? But everyone wakes up in their appointed time, right? But go ahead.
Moves on. For now is our salvation nearer than when we believe.
For now, right? Now is the time. You know? So we can't give up. We have to continue to go through our afflictions, fight the good fight of faith, right? Overcome death, which is sin. You know, the strength of sin is the law, but thanks be through our Lord Yahweh Shai Mashiach, who gives us the victory. The victory is through the name and through the sacrifice of our Lord Yahweh Shai. Right?
Verse 12, Romans 13 and 12. The night is far spent. The day is at hand.
That's right. The night is far spent. The day is at hand. You know, now is the time. You know, this is a small moment, right? We were in darkness. We didn't know what was going on. But now Yahweh Shai has shined upon us. Right? We have this truth. You know, I must work the works of him while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. And there's going to come a time where this wisdom is going to be taken off the streets. You see? And then then we're going to have another dark time. It's going to be the time of Jacob's trouble. But now is the time for our people to be working towards their salvation, to be building that spiritual ark. You see? That when the floods come, they can be protected. Keep reading.
Reads on Romans 13 and 12. The night is far spent, the day is at hand.
The day is at hand. Go ahead.
Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness.
Yeah, so we're supposed to be casting off the ways of this world. You see sodomy, bestiality, eating abominable foods, you know, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, nigga culture. Those things are supposed to be cast away, right? And we're supposed to put on these scriptures as our protection, because now we have woken up. We understand that we are behind enemy lines. You see? And we must put on this protection, because you know, they say in the world, if you know, well, what did Yahushua say? Satan has desired to sift you, you know, with inward agitation. You know, you're good. You know, ailments, things of that nature, right? Shit just come down all at once, and then what? That stress, brothers going in stress, right? Cause your stress. Brothers be having a lot of neck pain around their shoulders. That's stress. You know what I mean? All that is stress. It's crazy how much stress you be under. And you can either release, you know, by praying to Yahweh Shema Shai, or doing a lesson, reading, or you can allow that stress to build inside of you, and your body will start to break down. You know? That's why brothers get sick while they eat. A lot of it has to do with stress. You know? But in our afflictions, you know, this word must be our comforter. Keep reading, bro. Read that verse, at that top of that verse again.
Romans 13 and 12. The night is far spent, the day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light.
Yeah, the armor of light. You know, these scriptures. You know, and brothers gotta do things to better themselves. You know, brothers start running. If you're congested and you go for a sprint, you'll feel, you know, you'll feel a burning sensation in your chest. You know, depending, everybody's different, but you congested and you go for a run. That's how you clear your congestion, right? You'll start spitting. That's all that mucus, you know, getting burnt out of your system. You know, just like, you know, brothers really got used to this time that we have. You know, you can't study all day, so in your downtime you gotta be looking up things that are beneficial for you in this walk. Side note, brothers should be drinking. If brothers deal with stomach aches, you know, you should be drinking apple cider vinegar before your meals, because it lowers your pH level in your body to where it gives you the needed acidity for your body to break down the foods. Just side notes, keep reading.
Reads on, verse 13. Let us walk honestly as in the day.
What does that mean? Walk honestly. We gotta be out here telling the truth. You know, we have to be living this truth. You know, this ain't just a weekend thing, sweetheart. You know, this ain't something we do on the weekend. You know, this has to be in our day-to-day life. You know, you got a problem with that, you know, you ain't in the right arena. You didn't just throw in the garment. Brothers gotta be reading during the week. Brothers gotta be studying. You know, I love watching Apostle Hart. He had me cracking up the other, you know, last night. Well, this morning when I was watching him, I forgot he was going into. I was dying laughing. Oh, he was going into that woman that got slapped. I was dying when he was talking about it.
The one that we had in the chat too?
Yeah, he did a video on it. I was dying. You know, you got a little bit of fun, you know, but this truth is deadly serious. You should be taking heed to the apostles and elders, you know, watching the videos, watching the different, especially if you're a new brother coming into the truth. Everybody should be watching at least one of the apostles every single week. You know? That's how you watch why do you think the brothers watch the apostles' camp? Because that shows you how you should conduct yourself at camp. You know, using their example. Just same thing. Read that scripture again. Let's walk honestly.
Romans 13, Let us walk honestly as in the day, not in rioting.
Yeah, as in the day, right? Understanding that, you know, a light is being shined upon us. We're constantly under surveillance. We're constantly being watched. The angel of the Lord is right there, you know, in all aspects of life. You know, we gotta understand that this is a fight. You know, and we have the angels there to call upon, you know, Yahweh Shema Shai, so they can send up our requests. Don't get it wrong, you know, but we gotta be humble enough and willing to send up the Lord and ask the Lord for the strength to continue on. Go ahead.
He's on verse 13. Let us walk honestly as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness.
And that's what Jacob's doing. They're rioting. So, brother, look at that definition for rioting. It's a pretty good definition. It says rioting and drunkenness. Come on. Yeah.
This definition of riot, it says a violent public disorder.
Just keep on. So they, Jake, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans are performing a public disorder. You niggas are out of order. You know? That's what you're doing during this time of grace. You niggas are out of order. You see? That's what the scripture is telling us. Saying. Read it again.
It says a violent public disorder.
A violent, you know, during the time of Noah, there was violence. There was violence in the land. You know, there were ill dealings one towards another, hate towards another. Scripture say, love working no ill to his neighbor. You know. So these niggas ain't working the love, the righteousness of Yahweh Shema Shai. They ain't following his love. They're working ill towards their neighbor. You know, in a public disorder manner. You know, you see Cardi B shaking her behind on national television. You got everybody wanting to do it. You know, a stupid trend like a nigga in the grocery store licking ice cream. You know, and putting it back on the shelf. That's a public disorder, and you are corrupting the minds of your fellow citizens. You see, the Israelites. Keep reading that. Any more definitions?
It says tumult. It says a random.
Yeah, tumult, I believe, is an uproar. If I remember correctly.
It says a random or disorderly profusion. One that is wildly amusing. And it says unrestrained revenue. Revenue.
Your last word?
Rev. I mean, it says revenue.
Okay, I got a definition of that.
Okay, come on. You got any more you want to bring up, Sean? Bring out your precept? Yes.
Just a revelry, because that's in the definition of mine too. Lively and noisy festivities, especially when these involve drinking a large amount of alcohol.
And where are they drunk off? The wine, the philosophies of the world. Read one more time, please.
Revelry.
That nigga's drunk. He's drunk. You don't get it. You know, it's Saturday. You got the prophets in your city. You're supposed to be out here listening to the word. You know? But he got too much. That song is too important to him than what we're singing up here. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, read that definition one more time.
Yep, revelry, lively and noisy festivities, especially when these involve drinking a large amount of alcohol.
That's right. That's right. And we're supposed to be in the house of mourning.
Yep.
Tells you in Joel to call a solemn assembly, right? And for our people to come on to the Lord with mourning, weeping, and fasting. This ain't a party. You know, do you not realize what's coming? I mean, things are about to get hard. You see a Black Summer, you know, that zombie show. You saw how the love of many waxed cold. You seen how evil was just everywhere. Well, that's what's coming to America, and that's what we're here to warn our people about. Finish out that Romans and we'll close out.
He's on Romans 13 and 13. Let us walk honestly as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantons, not in strife and envy.
Yeah, so we can't be fighting one against another, envying one another. You know, those are the ways of the world. Those are fruits of the flesh. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
Yep.
It reads on, but put ye on the Lord, Yahushua Hamashiach.
Put ye on the Lord this truth. We have to put on this truth as a garment. Right? This truth has to now be upon your mind. Okay?
Reads on, and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof.
And make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. You see? Hey, should we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. You know, we have to establish, you know, these laws in our minds. We have to be able to judge ourselves. You know, as the day gets closer and closer, you know, we have to have the mind of Yahweh Shema Shai, you know, and make sure we're being in order, following these scriptures. Brother, want to close out? Close out? Okay.
God. It was another weekend prophesying the downfall of this wicked, sinful kingdom, which is America. But before we close it out, we want to give our honor, glory, and infinite praises to the Heavenly Father and His only begotten Son.
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Kakadash.
And you know, we're just going to give peace and love to your elect. Shalom.
Shalom.